We'll double check it this time. But I mean, that's my understanding.
go on the record and see 250-966, State Department versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph is present with his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We are outside the presence of our jury. So it was brought to my attention that there was an issue regarding the next witness that we needed to resolve before the witness hits the stand.
So, yes, Your Honor, the state currently has marked as proposed exhibit 323 some notes that the firearms expert Randall Stone took, sort of detailing his ejection pattern analysis when he fired the 9mm gun. I provided to defense counsel both the redacted and unredacted version. I have 2 copies, Your Honor.
Okay.
So I informed defense counsel, I can't remember what day now, that I intended to introduce the exhibit with Randall Stone, but I was going to black out the bottom part because it's hearsay of a conversation that has between him, the firearms analyst, and Detective O'Kelly.
Okay.
The state's position is defense counsel can certainly inquire of Detective O'Kelly if this conversation took place, and if Detective O'Kelly denies it, that would make the statement a prior inconsistent statement and admissible. But otherwise, Randall Stone's notes about what Detective O'Kelly said is hearsay.
Defense?
So it kind of depends. Just for completeness of the record, we were given these documents at 6:30 p.m. Monday, at the conclusion of the trial day. The state's position is that only the conversation he has with Detective O'Kelly is hearsay. If we're actually applying hearsay, well, the whole document's hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement. It's an assertion that they're trying to introduce, certainly for the truth of the matter asserted. It includes follow-up notes of the conversation between the witness and Dean O'Kelly. If the document comes in, the entire document needs to come in, and there is an exception for the portion at the bottom of the document. Specifically, it is Dean O'Kelly's then existing state of mind, plan, motive, intent about what he wanted to happen with the remainder of that testing related to the ballistics in this case. Also, it's a regular recorded activity at Metro. Mr. Stone keeps those notes every time he does a case like this, maintains it in his file. That's how the state has it now, and that's how we got a copy of it. If the state's position is, look, it's going to come in anyway if he denies it, well, the statement's going to come in because Dean O'Kelly's later going to testify that he in fact had this conversation, or he's going to deny it. It's going to come in anyway. So it's inevitable that it comes in under any analysis. The whole document's hearsay. We don't have any objection to it coming in. We want the whole document to come in. The portion that the state redacted is admissible under not one but 2 separate exceptions to the hearsay law.
So I don't think it qualifies as a report. These are notes that he took that are detailing his sort of like what he was doing with the ejection pattern, like his measurements and stuff like that. It's not a police report, but it is a documentation of the testing he did. The lab routinely has conversations with detectives, and those are all hearsay. As far as the state of mind, I don't think it does tell Detective O'Kelly's state of mind, and certainly he's a witness who's going to testify in this case, so they're free to ask him on cross-examination what it was. But Randall Stone's recitation of a phone conversation isn't illustrating Detective O'Kelly's state of mind, or I would also say I'm not sure how that's relevant at this point, the firearms interpretation of Detective O'Kelly's state of mind.
Okay, so if these notes are accurate, if Detective O'Kelly said, as long as I could state in my report that the casings were ejected rearward, I'm sorry, I pronounced that terribly, and to the right, that would be sufficient. Does Randall Stone then go forward and do something in response to this?
He doesn't do something in response to that. And that statement by Dean O'Kelly falls squarely within 51-105. It is a statement of the declarant, Dean O'Kelly, then existing state of mind, plan, motive, design, which is explicitly not admissible under the hearsay. He says, that's good enough for me, you don't need to go do these things, and that's why Randall Stone doesn't.
That's why he doesn't do that.
He wanted to do additional testing. O'Kelly tells him, nope, good enough.
Well, then I think that what he's permitted to ask is, did you have a conversation with Detective O'Kelly about doing additional testing? And he either says yes or no. Based on that conversation, what did you do? I completed the testing, and then he can ask Detective O'Kelly about what he told him. I mean,
Well,
like, it's
but
still,
here's the issue, Ms. Wagley. Either it's coming in today or it's coming in when Detective O'Kelly gets here, I guess is my question. Because if Randall Stone is asked, did you want to desire to do other things and based on representations made by Detective O'Kelly, you did it. If he says no, he can be impeached with these notes. If he says yes, then when Detective O'Kelly gets here, Detective O'Kelly can be asked, did you tell Randall Stones that as long as you say the bullet ejected rearward, he didn't have to do anything? If Detective O'Kelly says no, he can be impeached with these notes, and if he says yes, the notes still come in.
well, they wouldn't come in then, because if he says
But the
yes,
statement is still in, so what's the difference in it coming in on this document, or Randall Stone agreeing that this is what he wrote, or Detective O'Kelly agreeing that this is what he said?
because if Detective O'Kelly says, yes, I had that conversation, it's not a prior inconsistent statement. It's
Right, but
just a
he would be
hearsay.
what I'm saying is he would be admitting to exactly what's in these notes. So the jury would still have the same information that they have, whether we give it to them today or whether we give, and either way it's, because if Detective O'Kelly says yes, then you're right, this doesn't come in, but they could literally say, did you say the
Right.
following? And Detective O'Kelly says yes. So this jury knows Detective O'Kelly said exactly what's written.
Right, but it
If
would-
Detective O'Kelly says no, Detective O'Kelly can be impeached with these notes. So
Correct.
either way, this statement is before the jury, so what is the issue?
Because it shouldn't come in the note form at this point in the proceedings. It would only be, if Detective O'Kelly testifies, yes, I had that conversation, then it comes in as testimony. It doesn't come in the form of Randall Stone's notes.
Then the entirety of it should have come in. Here's how this plays out. And I agree with Your Honor. I can impeach either one of them regardless of what answer comes out.
Right.
But it's admissible under a separate exception that has nothing to do with a prior inconsistent statement. It comes in for that purpose. But what the state wants to do is introduce half a document, and then they want us to say, this is how the question answering would go. Did you conduct testing? Yes. Did you desire to conduct additional testing? Yes. Did you have a conversation with Dean O'Kelly about whether or not you should? Yes. Did he instruct you not to? Yes. As a result of that, did you not conduct further testing? Yes. Did you document that in your notes? Yes. And now there's a blacked out spot on the notes. It makes zero sense.
Well, that's, I guess, what I'm struggling with, because if he says that, then what is the purpose of blacking it out on the notes? That's the part I don't understand. Like, what is the purpose of blacking it out if it is inevitable that this statement by Dean O'Kelly that caused him to do something, to not do something, if this is accurate and everybody can, it's still coming in front of this jury. So what is the prejudice to the state in allowing this document in its entirety rather than giving the jury a document where something has been blacked out?
The state's, I'll substitute out, I'm not that worried about it. I'll substitute out the document and have the one with the notes. But the position of the state is, it does not become admissible until Detective O'Kelly testifies.
But it could become admissible if he denies that he wrote it.
He would have to deny the conversation.
Right,
and
I
then-
don't know what he's gonna say, but if he denies, let's just say hypothetically, this next witness says, no, I've never had a conversation with Dean O'Kelly, this would become admissible at that point.
That's correct. I doubt he's going to say I didn't write those notes.
So I disagree that it only becomes admissible when Dean O'Kelly testifies.
But then that would be only if he denied it.
Right,
He's
but
not.
I don't know what he's gonna say, but I just don't see the harm to you. This statement is coming for the jury, whether it's today or whether it's when Dean O'Kelly gets there. The jury is going to know that Dean O'Kelly said this.
Okay, well then, the state's request is, we'll substitute out, I have the, you have it actually.
Okay,
And if we could
unredacted.
just substitute that with number
The
323.
unredacted copy will be admitted to the jury if the proper foundation is laid, because he has to lay the foundation that these are his notes and that he wrote them. All right, any other issues?
No, I just need to, if I could have the court's
Okay,
indulgence.
these are your copies, and I appreciate those, because I had it, but I needed to
No,
sit back.
no problem. Could you mark this as 323? Oh, yeah.
All right, anything else outside the presence?
Can I just have 1 second?
Yes.
I forgot one photo I need, and I just
Okay.
need to find it real quick. It's the diagram. Sorry about that. You have it? Okay. I found it. I'm good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Do we want to make a stipulation on the record?
Oh, hold on. What?
Stipulation on the record about the exhibits?
We can do it. I mean,
Right. So
Yeah,
we'll clear it in front of the jury. Yeah, we'll do it in front of the jury, but, right, we're good.
Move it all in,
all right.
saving time. Bring the jury in, bring the evidence in.
Everything. Go ahead.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury is all present and accounted.
Good morning, everyone. We are back on the record in C-250966, State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph is present with his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, do you guys have a stipulation between you guys?
So I believe the parties have stipulated, Your Honor, to the admissibility of all the physical evidence that has been brought into the courtroom, as well as all photographs that have been marked as well.
What are the numbers?
I believe it 1 through, I want to say the last exhibit is 326, so it's going to include, for example, some CDs with some data on it and things of that nature.
Okay, is 326 the last one? Okay. All right, so 1 and 2 were already in. So let's do 3 through 104 is admitted pursuant to stipulation. And then 105 to 117 was already in, so then we'll go 118 to 122 is admitted pursuant to stipulation. 136 to 167. 169 to 213. 215 to 284. 289 to 304. 310. 318 to 323. And 326. Did that cover all of them?
So stipulated.
Okay, those are all in pursuant to stipulation. Okay, State, do you have your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state called Randall Stone.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state and spell your name for the record, please.
Randall Stone, Randall. Last name is Stone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, how were you employed back in 2008?
I worked in the forensic lab for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
What was your job in the forensic lab?
I worked in the firearms unit where we analyzed guns and cartridge cases and bullets for identification purposes.
How long did you work for Metro as a firearms and ballistic analyst?
About 8 years. I retired in 2014, so I've been retired for 9 years now.
Okay. In order to do that job, did you have to undergo training?
Yes, I started, I've worked in the lab for 29 and a half years total. I have a bachelor's degree in criminalistics. I was hired by the laboratory shortly after I graduated back in 1984. I worked in various units of the laboratory until about 2005, and then I was transferred into the firearms unit when I was accepted into the Bureau of Alcohol, Firearms, Tobacco, and Explosives, or ATF for short, their National Firearms Academy.
And as a firearms analyst, can you give the members of the jury sort of an overview of what you do?
Yes, we receive items of evidence from crime scenes, including guns, bullets, cartridge cases. We test the firearms to make sure they function properly. Then we collect test fires from these guns and try to determine if any of the evidence, cartridge cases or bullets, may have been fired from those guns.
And over the course of your career working as a firearms analyst, do you have any kind of estimation of how many cases you might have worked on?
Over a few hundred easily.
Okay. In order to work in Metro's lab, was there sort of a quality, like a certification test or something to make sure that you were doing your work accurately?
The way I was trained was I spent 6 months at the ATF Academy in Maryland, where I worked in the laboratory training with the ATF analysts, and it's a lot of classroom and practical testing. Then I came back to my laboratory and was sent items to exam from the ATF laboratory that were sent back and tested. I also at the same time was trained by the senior analysts in our laboratory during that period, and I had to pass a number of proficiency tests, which are fake cases where they know the answer and I have to analyze and get the right answer. Once I completed all of that, then I was released for casework.
Okay. Can you describe how many times, just approximately, you've testified as an expert in the area of firearms and tool marks analysis?
Over 25 times easily in Clark County District Court.
Okay. Can you explain for the members of the jury the components of a cartridge and sort of define cartridge, bullet versus case?
Sure. I always find it easier for the jurors to understand if we're all using the same terminology. So if you buy a box of ammo and you take a piece of evidence out of that, or a piece of ammunition out of there, a lot of people call that a bullet, and that's not actually true. We call that a cartridge, and it consists of 4 distinct things in there. You have the case, which is usually a brass or steel case. Inside that case, there's a specific amount of gunpowder, smokeless powder, and seated in the end of the case, the open end of the case, is the bullet. On the back side of the cartridge is a primer. That's a high explosive, so that when the firing pin hits it, it ignites the smokeless powder in the case and sends the bullet down the barrel at a high velocity. So depending on what kind of gun you're talking about, there's two main types of popular guns out there. We have semi-automatic pistols and revolvers. So if you place one of these cartridges in a revolver, you put it in a cylinder, which has usually about 6 chambers in it, so you can put a cartridge in each chamber. When you pull the trigger and the bullet goes, the cartridge case stays in the gun. They have to be manually removed by the shooter. If you want to shoot again, you pull the trigger again and the cylinder turns to the next available cartridge and you can fire again. With a semi-automatic pistol, you usually put the cartridges in a magazine, which fits up usually into the grip of the gun. So to load the gun, you need to pull the slide back, and that cocks the trigger, release the slide, and it strips the first cartridge off of the magazine, puts it in the chamber. Then the gun's ready to fire. As soon as you fire, once again, it hits the primer, and the bullet heads down range. The difference is there's a couple other things that happen with a semi-automatic pistol. Because of the pressure going forward, there's equal pressure going backwards, and it pulls the slide back and actually jerks the spent cartridge case out of the ejection port, and it lands somewhere near the gun. Then the slide, because it's spring-loaded, will go back, take the next cartridge off the top of the magazine, and then that's ready to fire. So we usually deal with unfired cartridges, fired cartridge cases, and fired bullets.
And that, like the unfired cartridge case is essentially 1 round of ammunition?
Yes, that's ready to use.
Okay, the part that comes out the barrel we can call a bullet?
That's the bullet.
And the part that encased the bullet before it was fired is the case?
Cartridge case,
The
yes.
cartridge case, okay. Now, in this case, this particular case, did you examine 3 firearms?
Yes, I did.
And what was the first type of examination that you did with the guns?
The first thing we do with the guns is just a function and safety test. So we look at all the parts of the gun, make sure there hasn't been any alteration to it to make it unsafe. make sure that all the parts are there, and just make sure that it's going to be safe to test fire.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Mr. Stone, do you mind if I step up
Nope.
behind you a little bit? Okay, thank you. I am showing you what's been admitted by stipulation, states 290, 291, and 292. I'd like to have you first look at 292, and can you tell me if you recognize that as one of the guns you examined?
Yes, I recognize it because it has my personnel number and initials and the date I analyzed it on the seals of the box.
And with the court's permission, can he hold it up to the jury? Is that okay? Yeah.
I leave that to Adam.
Okay. I don't want to break any rules. Can you tell the members of the jury what is that gun? What kind of gun is that, and what do you see when you look at that gun?
This is a Bak-Il. I think it's a IJ70 model number. It's a Russian gun. It also could be Chinese. It's hard to tell on some of these. They were imported from Russia, and they also were imported from China. So it's a semi-automatic pistol. It's a 9mm Makarov caliber. That just means the size and shape of the cartridge that fits in it. And it's also the diameter of the barrel.
Okay. And are you able to hold it up and kind of point out where a fired case would come out of the gun?
Okay, most of these semi-automatic pistols, they have an ejection port right here on the right side, about the middle of the slide. So when this slide comes back, there's a little hook that's holding onto the cartridge case, and it is, when the slide comes back, it ejects it out the side.
And when you tested this gun, it was functional?
Yes, it was.
Do you test anything like trigger pull or that type of thing?
Yes, that's part of our safety test, is just to test the trigger pulls to see if they're within specs. We really don't have a lot of specs on this gun. It had a pretty high trigger pull, but I'm not sure what a normal trigger pull is for this gun.
And what is a trigger pull?
That is the amount of weight or the amount of force it takes using your finger to pull the trigger and make it fire.
And the reason why you wouldn't have a lot of specs on this type of gun is because of where it's manufactured?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And that's either Russia or I think you said China?
China, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have you look now at what's been admitted as 292. And what gun is that? And if you could just hold it up for the jury.
Ready. All right, this is a Smith & Wesson 38 caliber revolver. It's a 38 special, actually, is what the caliber is called. And it is a revolver.
And I know you kind of touched on this, but can you explain to the members of the jury, like how you look at that and you know it's a revolver? What are the characteristics that you're looking at?
The major characteristic is this cylinder right here. It has 6 different chambers where you can put cartridges in. And like I said before, each time you pull the trigger, the cylinder turns to a new cartridge. So once you've shot 6 shots, you're going to have to manually remove them and put some more ammunition in to be able to shoot it again.
And that gun you tested was functional?
Yes, it was.
And was it within, this is Smith & Wesson, so it's U.S. made?
Yes.
Was it within the specs that you would expect?
Yes, the trigger pull for Smith & Wesson revolvers is usually 3 for single action, 9 for double action, and this fit right in there.
Okay. And what is single action versus double action?
Well, on these revolvers, there's a hammer, which is this part here, and that's the part you see people cock. So if you go ahead and pull that hammer back, it'll sit on a little ledge and stay there, and that cocks the trigger. If you pull the trigger, it'll fire, and that's what we call a single action firing, because it's already pulled back a little bit. It's much easier to pull the trigger. But with this gun, you can also have the hammer all the way down and pull the trigger, and it will move the hammer back and then release it forward. And that's why the trigger pulls so much higher on the double action, because you're actually pulling the hammer back while you're pulling the trigger.
Now, just to be clear, if you fire a round from a revolver, the cartridge case stays within that cylinder?
That's correct. It has to be manually removed.
Okay. And then the last one, sorry, this is states 290. Did you examine that gun?
Yes, I did. It also has my initials on it.
Okay, and what gun is that? Sorry.
This is another Smith & Wesson, but this one is a 22 revolver. So it's a real small cartridge and a real light bullet.
Okay. In addition to examining the guns for functionality, were you also given like ballistic evidence in order to do a comparison of fired cartridge cases to the guns?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the members of the jury how it is that you're able to make that type of comparison?
Well, like I said before, we do test fire the guns. So take them. We have a range actually in our lab, and I do 3 shots down range and collect the cartridge cases. Obviously, the bullets are gone, but that's mostly just to see if the gun's accurate or make sure it's shooting straight. Then we also have a water tank inside that range. So I'll do 3 more shots into the water tank. And what that does is it slows down the bullet without damaging it so that it can be recovered and compared to evidence bullets. We also collect the cartridge cases from that for comparisons. So then we take these fired cartridge cases, we call them test fires, and we compare them with the evidence cartridge cases that were submitted.
May I approach again, Your Honor? So, sir, I'd like to show you a couple envelopes of evidence. This is what's been admitted as States 300, and this is States 296 and 293.
Okay.
And if you want to go back. So, do you recognize those items of evidence?
Yes, once again, they have my personnel number and initials and the date I analyzed them.
Okay. And what is contained in those packages?
The first package, which was 9618, was 1 bullet.
Okay. And are you able to tell where that bullet was recovered from?
It says 1704 Pinto Lane, which I know is the coroner's office.
Okay, so that bullet appears, at least to you, to be from autopsy?
That was what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And then you have 5 other cartridge cases, correct?
Correct?
And those list an address that you probably haven't been to.
No, I just assumed that was the crime scene.
Okay. Now, those 5 cartridge cases, which are contained in 293 and 296, did you compare those to what's been admitted as 292, the 9mm?
Yes, I did compare the cartridge cases with this 9mm Makarov.
Okay, and with regard to those 5 cartridge cases, were you able to make a conclusion regarding whether those 5 cartridge cases were fired by this 9mm?
Yes, I concluded through my examination that all 5 cartridge cases were fired by the Makarov pistol.
Okay, and did you make a determination with the bullet that was recovered at autopsy?
Yes, I did.
What was your conclusion there?
That bullet was fired from the 38, or from the 38 special revolver.
Okay, and were there 2 bullets? You had 2 different bullets from autopsy, is that right?
Actually, if I remember right, it was a jacket. Oh, this is the one that was with the Makarov.
Okay, so to be clear, can you flip that back?
Let me see
over
which
so-
one this is.
So I can just,
9618. Let me just check my notes to be
Okay.
sure. Yeah, 961811 was ID'd to the Makarov.
okay, so let me, just so our record is clear, the bullet that was in States 300, right,
Correct.
which was recovered from autopsy,
Correct.
came from this 9mm?
Yes,
Okay, could you put that back?
certainly. Size open.
So, I next want to focus on a cartridge case that I think you had from the 38 Special.
Correct.
And what were your conclusions regarding that cartridge case?
After examination, I concluded that that cartridge case was fired by the 38 Special revolver.
Okay. And just for the record, I think that's in States 299. I'll have you verify that.
Yeah. Yes, it was packaged 925510, item 15.
So in States Exhibit 291, which is a 38 Special revolver, there was one cartridge case that you examined,
Correct.
and it came from this gun.
Yes, it did.
Now, with regard to this 22, did you have any expended cartridge cases to compare for that one?
No, I did not.
With regard to the 38 Special, and showing you States 294,
Okay.
does that item of evidence appear to be from autopsy?
Yes.
And what determination did you make with regard to that? I guess it's a bullet fragment, is that fair?
Right. In this package, there was a jacket off of a bullet. These bullets have like copper jackets on them, and then lead on the inside for weight. And they had come apart. This had come apart when it had hit whatever it hit, and so I had some fragments of lead and a copper jacket in there.
And were you able, with those fragments, to make any type of comparison between that and the 38 Special?
Not with the lead fragments because there's no rifling on them. There's no marks from the bullet. But the jacket itself, I was able to identify as being fired from the 38 Special.
Okay, so from autopsy, we have one bullet that's fired from the 9mm and one bullet that's fired from the 38.
Correct.
And with regard to this 22, there were no cartridge cases or bullets or anything for you to do comparison?
No, there was not.
Now, were you asked by Detective O'Kelly to do what's called an ejection pattern analysis?
Yes, I was.
And what is that?
As I said before, with the semi-automatic pistols, they eject the cartridge cases out, so they fly out. And normally, most guns that I've ever seen, because the ejection port's on the right side, and the slide's coming backwards when this is happening, they eject to the right and to the rear. But Detective O'Kelly wanted me to confirm this with this gun. So I went into the shooting range, went towards the front of the range, and then I had an assistant in the back of on the back of behind me, and I shot 6 shots, and he calculated where they were hitting and then where they came to rest. And the results of that, it is kind of a small shooting range. It's only like 7.5 feet wide, about 40 feet long. So they came out to the rear and to the right and then hit the wall on the other side. So they were traveling about 6 feet right and about 4 feet back and hitting the wall about 3 or 4 feet off the floor. And then eventually bouncing off that wall and coming to rest.
And sir, I'm showing you what's been admitted as States 323. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, that's a diagram and my notes from that ejection pattern test.
Okay, and at the bottom, you have some notes about a conversation that you had between yourself and Detective O'Kelly?
Yes.
And what do those notes talk about?
I told him I did the ejection test inside the shooting range and that they were hitting the wall. I said I could get a more accurate determination of where they would have landed if we did it outside and tried to simulate the ground. Because the thing with these, when they're ejecting, if they hit a concrete, they're going to go further. If they hit a wall, they're going to go less. So I asked him if it was necessary to do that, and he said no, it was not. He said he just wanted to make sure that they came out backwards and to the right.
Okay, and that's what you kind of predicted they would do based on your knowledge of the weapon?
Yes, about 99% of the semi-automatic pistols that I've shot all come out to the right and rear.
To the back. And the place where you did your ejection pattern testing was indoors?
Correct.
And did you say it was like a hallway?
It's like a big metal container,
Okay,
and so it's all steel. And it's wider than a hallway. It's about 7.5 feet wide.
okay.
But it still isn't wide enough that the bullets weren't ricocheting off the wall.
Okay.
I mean, the cartridge cases weren't ricocheting off the wall.
And you were saying to Detective O'Kelly, look, if I go outside, you could probably even measure the
They'd
distance.
go further
Yeah, they would, before they hit a wall.
before they hit the wall.
Okay.
He said it wasn't really necessary.
Okay, do you know where this crime took place?
Pardon?
Do you know where the crime scene is in this case?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, and so when you had that conversation with him, you didn't know whether the crime took place inside or outside or anything like
Yeah,
that?
I didn't know that actually till I had a pretrial with you.
Okay, so let's put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 323. Can you see that up there?
Yes.
Okay, so this is your notes about the hallway, is that fair?
Correct. As you can see, I marked 7.5 feet. That's as wide as the range is,
Oh, right across here?
right across there.
Okay, and then I see an X where you kind of indicate that's the shooter position?
Correct. That's the X up in the top left.
And then what is that other X, like the bigger one?
The other X is where the cartridge cases were hitting the wall, and I noted that they were hitting at this position 3 to 5 feet from the floor.
And sir, I think there's a mouse up there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank you.
So the jury can see
There we go.
everything at.
Okay.
So, right here
Uh-huh,
was where they were hitting the wall, and it was 3 to 5 feet above the floor. So they're coming from this shooting position over here, where I'm shooting.
okay,
They're crossing about 5 feet back
okay.
and about 7 feet across to hit the wall at this point, and then they're ricocheting, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 that landed back here.
So the X that's higher up in the box, and that's marked as the shooter position, I think this is probably obvious, but what direction are you firing?
Downrange,
So up on the?
no,
up
just
the-
straight downrange. Up, yeah, just, they were going down into the trap
Okay.
right here.
And
There's a
the-
bullet trap at the back.
All right, and then the cases are those little X's that we see on the lower part of the
Correct.
rectangle?
That's where they finally came to rest after bouncing off the wall.
Okay, and is it based on that you confirmed that it went to the right and behind?
Correct, but I do have to interject here that I was firing in a normal shooting position. I was standing with my arms extended in front of me with the gun upright, so the magazine well's facing down. Obviously, if you turn the gun one way or another, it's going to eject differently. For example, if you flipped it this way, here's the right side of the gun. I would expect it to come back and almost hit you in the forehead, which things like that have happened and they hurt. They come out hot. If you turn it the other way, facing down, it's going to come back towards your feet. So when we do an ejection pattern, we're assuming that they were shooting in a standard firing position.
And that firing position would be a standard firing position, obviously, for, to have some consistency for comparison purposes?
Correct.
And so you did like a standard position for firing when you were doing this analysis?
That's correct.
And they went backward, or to the right and backwards?
That's correct.
And it looks like on the diagram, to varying distances, but it also looks like they hit that wall as well,
Yes,
and that's why you made that notation?
correct.
Okay. Now,
That said to me that if the wall wasn't there, they would have went a lot further.
a
right.
lot further.
Yeah.
But still kind of in that direction.
Correct. They're still going backwards and to the right.
Okay. And the conversation that we just spoke of, where you spoke to Detective O'Kelly, that's noted in your notes on your diagram as well?
Correct. That's this little paragraph right here.
Okay. And that's when you suggested, hey, look, I could do this outdoors and actually measure how far they would fly outdoors.
Right.
But he said that wasn't necessary.
Right, and we've done that before. We've actually gone outdoors, but it was a shooting that occurred outdoors, and they were landing in grass, so we could simulate that.
Okay. Now, I believe you analyzed bullets that were collected at the crime scene as well. Is that fair?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's been admitted as states 295 and 297.
Okay.
And with regard to those bullets, did you determine what firearm, if any, they were consistent with?
Yes, the ones that are contained in this, what is it, 295?
Yep,
They were fired from the Makarov
the 9mm.
9mm.
Okay, and then what about the bullets from 297?
All right. Yes, this is, inside this package, there's 2 bullets and some metal fragments. The 2 bullets, items 10 and 11, I did identify to the Makarov
Okay.
9mm.
And so all of the bullets in these two, 295 and 297, you determined to be fired by that 9mm Makarov?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to the fragment, were you able to do anything with that?
No, it's just a lead fragment. It doesn't have any rifling on it, so it doesn't have any identification information.
Okay.
So overall, there was 5 cartridge cases fired by the Makarov, and there were 5 bullets recovered from the Makarov.
Okay. When you're doing your analysis on the cartridge cases, when you do like a fired round and then you compare it to the actually impounded evidence, is that like comparison done microscopically?
Yes, with cartridge cases and bullets, we use what's called a compound or a stereo microscope. It's 2 compound microscopes that are put together with an optical bridge. So you can put one item on one stage, another item on the other stage, and you can look at them and line them up right beside each other with a cursor right down the middle.
And sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as, admitted, as states 318 through 322. I'd ask you to look through these photographs and just let me know when we're done. When you're done, I should say.
Okay. All right.
Do those appear to be photographs that you took in association with your analysis of all of the evidence in this case?
Yes, those pictures are representative of the marks that was seen. We actually call them tool marks. The gun in this case is actually a tool. And we look at these marks under the stereoscope from the test-fired cartridge cases to the evidence cartridge cases and try to line up these marks to make sure they're individual marks and they're consistent. Once we get sufficient quality and quantity of marks, a seasoned examiner can make a determination that they were fired from the same gun.
Okay, and I think you said these are representative, meaning you took many more photos than this.
There was many more photos, yes. We just keep a representative example of what we saw, for which comes in handy on a case like this, because I don't remember doing this case. It's just a representative of what I saw.
Okay, and I'm going to put on the overhead states 318 and just back up a little bit. And can you tell the members of the jury, like, what are you looking at in that type of photograph?
So,
In,
you know,
oh, you have the mouse?
this is the stereoscope that I was talking about. This line here differentiates what's on the left side of the stage and what's on the right side of the stage. So over here on the left, it says T2 there, so that's a test fire. And over on the right is the evidence cartridge case. And what we're looking for is, see all these lines, they call them furrows and ridges, and we're looking at their spatial relationship and the size and shape. They're not all going to match perfectly, but if we get enough of a pattern, then that would be an identification.
Okay, and this is states 319. What are we looking at there?
This is actually the breech face marks. So on these guns, when the cartridge is in there, the back of the cartridge is up against what we call a breech face. It's a real strong piece of steel because there's a lot of pressure there. So when you fire the gun, it's pressed up against the breech face. So any marks that are on the breech face from manufacturing or from wear and tear, they will transfer over to the softer material. So as you can see on this picture, we got lots of lines that are all the same, all lined up, and that's a really good breech face identification.
Okay, and it's these sorts of comparisons you're making in order to make the determinations that you discussed earlier about, I determined that those cartridge cases came from the 9mm or something like that.
That's correct. And we look at a number of different areas on the cartridge cases. For example, with the 9mm Makarov, it had a mark called an ejection port mark, and that's one of those pictures too. That is when the cartridge case is slung out of the ejection port, it hits the slide, and it repeats the same way almost every time. So you can compare a test cartridge case to an evidence cartridge case, and those ejection marks match up really nice.
So I'm going to put on the overhead now. I'm going to do it in order. This is states 320. What are we looking at?
That's another breech face identification.
And this is 321.
It's a little blurry, but there's the ejection port mark
Okay.
off of the Makarov, and you can see this is a really good representation of you get the same marks time after time as it hits the ejection port.
And lastly, I'm going to put on the overhead states 322.
Okay, that's the analysis of one of the bullets. I'm not sure which one, but what happens when the bullet goes down let me go back a little bit when it comes to bullets. Bullets, to identify them, there's two things we look at. We look at class characteristics and individual characteristics. The class characteristic on a bullet is generated by the barrel. All these barrels are rifled. What they do, the manufacturer, is they cut grooves in the barrel in a spiral. They can either go right, they can go left. They use a number of different grooves. Some are 5 right, some are 4 left. For example, the Makarov, that barrel was cut 4 left, so it had 4 grooves to the left. The Smith & Wesson 38 Special is 5 right, so it has 5 grooves, and it goes to the right. So if you looked at one bullet from each of those guns, in a second you could say they weren't fired from the same gun, because they're completely different marks on the bullets. And the reason they do that rifling in there is to spin the bullet, which makes its trajectory more stable. So it doesn't really matter whether they cut it right or left. Manufacturers do all kinds of different things, but it really helps us to eliminate them immediately. The other thing we do, if they are the same, say I had 2 4 lefts, I'd measure the grooves and the area between the grooves. And because sometimes they use wider cutters, other manufacturers use thinner cutters. And if those measurements match up, then the class characteristics are consistent. I can move on to an identification like this, where I'm looking at the marks that were left by the barrel on the bullet and matching the test fires to the evidence bullets.
So even though guns are manufactured, like you had 2 Smith & Wesson 38 Specials, same manufacturer, because of like uniqueness in the manufacturing process for each particular gun and barrel and all the kind of mechanisms within the firearm, those are what are imparting the unique characteristics on
Correct.
fired ammunition.
When they make these barrels, a lot of times they make a longer barrel and cut it into pieces. And they'll run a cutter down it, like I said, spiraling the cutter. Then they'll cut them into pieces. And there's been research done over the years where you can take those individual pieces they cut off, follow them through the manufacturing process, fire them, and you can still tell the difference between those barrels. Because when that cutter's going through there, it's changing. It's usually a carbide cutter, so it's harder than the steel. And it's changing, it's getting duller, it's getting nicks on it, and as it goes through there, it changes. And even if you have 4 barrels that are cut from one piece of steel, you can tell the difference when you're firing at the end.
So lastly, sir, I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 214. And zoom in a little bit. Now, you never went to this crime scene, is that?
No, I did not.
Okay. So if someone were standing here in this general area and shooting this direction, meaning towards that number 3 there,
Correct?
where would you expect the cartridge cases to go?
Based on,
You can use the mouse when you explain.
yes, based on the ejection patterns from the Makarov that I did, if you're firing from here, and you're firing this way towards this subject, the cartridge cases are going to end up back and to the right, like they did in the test that I did in the laboratory. If the shooter's standing in a typical shooter's position and is holding the gun upright, I would expect them to go backwards and probably hit the wall here or hit somewhere in here and maybe end up back here somewhere. It depends on what they hit here, but I would expect them to be back here to the right and to the rear.
Thank you. I will pass the witness.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I am well. Retirement treating you well?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. You started at Metro when?
1984.
And you retired at Metro when?
2014.
Okay, and you're back here today testifying about a case that happened in 2008 when you were at Metro, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm assuming when you were at Metro, you would come testify in court cases related to forensic work you did on those cases, right?
Yes, thousands of times.
Yeah, and you would come to court as a Metro employee, you'd get paid your Metro salary.
That's correct.
I'm assuming now that you're retired, you probably don't get that same Metro salary, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you're actually,
I do get the pension, though.
and thankful that you do. It's helping you in retirement, right? You're here today, though, testifying as an expert witness called by the state in order to prove their case. You understand?
That's correct.
And they're actually paying you to do that.
Yes, they are.
And they're paying you an hourly expert rate that you dictate.
Yes.
Okay. How much are you making per hour now?
150 an hour from the time I walk into the courtroom to the time I'm done.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear about that.
Yes.
All right. You said a moment ago that you don't actually remember working on this case.
No, I do not.
Okay. You worked on so many cases over so many years that it's impossible for you to remember all of them.
That's
right?
correct.
Because of that, you know that all the work that that you have done on this case is kept in a file at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
That's correct.
And each individual case you work on is attributed a event number, right?
That's correct.
And at least how they did it back in 2008 is the event number would be the date first, right?
Correct.
So this case is 08/05/08. That tells you that it occurred on May 8th of 2008, right?
Correct.
And it's number 3131, the 3,131st chronological case of that day, right?
That's correct. Dispatch assigns an event number
Okay,
starting at 1 minute after midnight.
right. So everything that you did is kept in a file at Metro. Those photographs that Ms. Weckerly showed you a moment ago, those are kept in that file, right?
Right. I have a copy of that file.
And in fact, the work you do, you're actually jotting down notes so that you can memorialize it in time while it's fresh in your mind, right?
That's correct.
So you can be accurate when you come to court and testify.
That's correct.
All right. The work that you did on this case essentially involves 3 separate firearms, right?
That's correct.
And a number of implements that are there after the firing of those firearms.
That's correct.
Those include shell cases, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, case, the proper terminology is shell case or shell
Or we
case.
call it a cartridge case
Yeah.
or
It-
fired cartridge case.
The terminology casings is actually incorrect, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, a casing's like what goes around sauce.
Yes.
Right. A lot of people make that mistake, though. right?
Correct.
And if you could just do me a huge favor, I know you know what's coming and you're giving me the answer, but sometimes you're talking before I finish the question.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we have a real quick record, and if I talk over you, just point it out and I'll try to correct it, okay?
Okay.
All right. So when you do work, correct terminology is important, right?
That's correct.
And when you do work, accuracy is important, right?
Yes, it is.
In fact, most of the work you do is kind of in a laboratory controlled-ish environment, right?
Yes, I could say that.
So when you go test fire, for instance, it's not like shooting out on a range, right?
Well, it's just a small, it's 40 feet long by 7.5 feet
In a-
range right there in the lab.
In a controlled environment.
Yes.
You control the way you hold the gun.
Correct.
You control the directionality of the gun.
Correct.
You control the environment in which you shoot the gun.
Correct.
When you shoot the gun, the ground is the same, right?
Yes.
The walls are the same.
Yes.
The airflow is the same.
Yes.
Any of those things independently could impact the work that you do. Agreed?
Yes.
And because it's important that your work be as accurate as possible, you control all those things, right?
Correct.
Okay. In this particular case, you mentioned 3 separate firearms. I'm going to put them up on the screen here. What's in evidence is States 169. That's that semi-automatic 9mm Makarov you described earlier, right?
Yes, it is.
I just want to clarify a small point related to this firearm. The manufacturer is called Baikal, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that's a lake in Russia?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Not really relevant to your consideration, but that's where that name came from.
Yes.
Okay. Jury's probably heard of a 9mm firearm. It's a very common firearm caliber, right?
Correct.
And the 9mm that most of us probably hear about is like a 9mm Luger or a 9x19, right?
Correct.
That's not what this firearm is.
No, this actually is 1 millimeter shorter
Yeah.
than a 9x19.
It's a 9x18, right?
Correct.
It's a little bit shorter bullet, correct?
A little bit shorter cartridge case.
Okay. A little bit wider diameter.
Just a touch.
Yep. And
They call these like nominal 38s, which means they're around 0.35 inches in diameter, but they're not all exactly that.
okay. This particular firearm, not nearly as common as a 9x19, 9mm we hear about.
In Russia, it was very popular, but not in the United States, no.
Okay. The fact that this gun is manufactured out of the United States, nothing untoward or illegal about that, right?
Not at the time.
Right. There's a lot of firearms that, in fact, are widely popular in the U.S. that are manufactured elsewhere.
That's correct.
You ever heard of Glock?
Yes,
Biggest firearms manufacturer as it relates to handguns in the world, right?
correct.
Including in the U.S., correct?
Correct.
And they're actually made in Austria for the most part, right?
For the most part, yeah.
Springfield Armory, they have a headquarters in Geneseo, Illinois. You knew that, right?
Actually, I've been there.
Yeah, I actually grew up there.
Did you?
Believe that. They're actually manufactured in Croatia, though, aren't they?
Yes,
And they're imported to the U.S.
correct.
The fact that this is a Russian caliber and a Russian firearm, nothing unusual about that or important for your consideration.
No, it is not.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that point. Unlike this particular firearm, a revolver with the cylinder doesn't eject a shell casing, right?
No, it does not. It has to be manually ejected.
So when I pull the trigger on a revolver, the cylinder turns, right?
Correct.
That's how the next round comes up,
Yep.
right? The cartridge case stays within the firearm.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's in evidence as States 176. You recognize that to be a revolver, right?
Yes,
This is the cylinder you're referring to?
correct.
That's what turns and then brings the next bullet forward, right?
Correct.
When you fire a handgun, whether it be a semi-automatic or a revolver, there are identifying characteristics that are left behind on the cartridge case when the firing pin strikes it, correct?
Correct. Well, in the whole process, not just the firing pin.
Right. I'm going to show you what's in evidence of States 179. Those appear to you to be rimfire cartridges, right?
Yes, they are.
They don't contain the same type of primer as a center fire cartridge.
Yes, the primer material is inside the case.
Right. And I'll give you an example of that in just a second. But as you look at this photograph, you can tell that all of those cartridges are intact, right?
That's true. There would be some kind of a firing pin mark. And on these 22s, it's around the edge, around the outside here, you'd have some kind of firing pin mark, and I don't see any.
Which is where the terminology rimfire as opposed to center fire comes from.
That's correct.
In other words, you can look at States 179 and you can see that there are no shots fired from that gun at that time.
Doesn't appear to from this photo now.
Okay. I'm going to show you another photograph. This is a different revolver. It's in evidence of States 173. Do you see that one?
Yes, I do.
Same cylinder?
Yes.
And you recognize that as one of the firearms you just showed the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, correct?
Yes, this is a 38 special.
Okay. 38 Special is a bigger, more powerful cartridge than the smaller 22 that I just showed you, right?
Yes, quite a bit so.
Okay. And if I zoom in on, for the record, States 175, that shows that cylinder flipped open, right?
Yes.
Do you see the little circles within each one of those individual cartridges?
Yes, those are the primers.
That's where the primer's housed in the cartridge itself.
Yes, it is.
One of those is not like the others. You agree with that?
One of them has a firing pin impression.
Okay. It looks to me, as I look at that particular photograph, it's like at the 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it's this one right here.
So you can look at that and you know that it's been struck by a hammer and firing pin, right?
Yes,
That would lead you to believe in a functioning firearm, a bullet came out of it.
I would expect the other side to not have a bullet in it, yes,
Okay.
if it functioned properly.
And in fact, as Ms. Weckerly discussed with you, you actually did a comparison related to the 38 in this case, right?
Yes, they did.
And you were able to make a match, bullet to case, right?
Bullet to the gun, cartridge case to the gun.
Right. So that gun fired a specific cartridge case and a specific bullet.
Correct.
The rounds in that particular firearm are rounds that are called plus P rounds, right?
Yes,
And plus P means something to you as a firearms and tool
it
market.
means plus powder.
In other words, there's more pressure and more powder utilized in those rounds, right?
Yes, it's a little more robust round with that extra powder in it.
Robust meaning that it fires with more velocity.
A little better velocity, yes.
Okay. In other words, a plus P round is more powerful than a standard 38.
Yes, because it has more powder.
And a 38 round is significantly more powerful than a 22 round.
Yes.
Okay. You were never actually at the crime scene, right?
No, we don't generally go out to crime scenes. We have CSI that takes care of all that.
That would be very unusual for you to go to a scene to look at evidence, right?
I never did the entire 8 years I was in firearms unit.
Okay. The way you get evidence is someone at a scene decides what's important to them in their investigation, right?
It's decided between the detectives and the crime scene
Yep.
investigators.
And those are the people at the scene, correct?
Correct.
So someone at the scene decides what's important to them in their investigation, right?
Yes,
And they impound that item, right?
correct.
And they seal it with red tape, correct?
Yeah, it's not always red, but yeah,
Most of the time.
most of the time it's red.
Yep, and they put their initials and P number over it.
Correct.
And then someone makes a request of you. Typically, it's a detective, right?
Yes.
And the detective tells you what's important to his investigation or her investigation, right?
It doesn't really tell me what's important to him. It just tells me what items he wants analyzed and what he wants us to compare things to. So it's just a request form he makes that, please analyze these firearms, compare them to these bullets and cartridge cases.
Okay. You'd agree with me if it's not important to him or relevant to his or her investigation, probably not going to put it on that request form.
No, he won't.
Okay. And in fact, they decide what goes on the request form. That's my point.
They decide what we analyze in the laboratory,
So you get that form either in a digital or hard copy format, right?
right?
You look at it, yes.
Yes,
You look at what's been impounded in evidence.
correct.
You take it out
Yes,
and you do your work, right?
yes,
After you've made your conclusions, you repackage the material, right?
correct.
And you utilize blue tape in the lab, right?
Yeah, usually.
And then it goes back into evidence.
Yep,
And that's what you did in this case.
yes, I did.
And the end result is, like, you can tell us, hey, these rounds were fired from this 9mm Makarov pistol, right?
Correct. There was 5 cartridge cases and 5 bullets that I identified to the Makarov.
You'd agree with me that when you shoot a semi-automatic handgun, every time you shoot it, if it functions, there's going to be a case ejected.
If it functions properly.
If it functions properly, there will be a case ejected.
Correct.
And if you fire it and there's 5 bullets that come out, theoretically, you would expect 5 shell cases.
Not necessarily, because sometimes they're very hard to find. And a lot of times they don't find all the cartridge cases.
Why?
They roll under things. They get lost, especially if it's an outdoor shooting. They get lost in the weeds or the grass. So not always do they match up that way, where you have 5 bullets and 5 cartridge cases. And a lot of the bullets are hard to recover. Some of them go way off where you don't even know where they are. So it's kind of unique to have 5 bullets recovered and 5 cartridge cases, really.
So this is my point. When you shoot a bullet out of a semi-automatic handgun, it's going real fast.
It's going about, in this gun, about 1,000 feet per second.
You'd agree that's pretty fast.
That's pretty fast.
And when bullets hit things, they do weird things sometimes, right?
Yes, they do.
Unlike in your laboratory static environment, when you shoot into a water tank, bullets come out in different conditions, right?
Yes,
And bullets go different places.
yes,
Bullets can hit something or someone and wind up in a completely different direction.
that's correct.
That happens a lot in the real world, right?
Yes, it does.
You'd agree with me, it's really difficult to determine from where a bullet ends up where it started.
That's really true because they do ricochet off of things. They're going at a high velocity, so if they hit something at an angle, they're going to go a completely different direction.
Okay, so oftentimes in the real world, when a bullet's fired, could go anywhere or do anything.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but they are unpredictable. That's what I would say.
Okay, I'd agree with you. Shell cases, likewise, when they're ejected in the real world, unlike in a laboratory environment, can go a lot of different places.
Yes, and that's why I prefaced the standard shooting position, because we don't really know how the person was holding that gun.
Yep.
We're just saying, when I'm in a standard shooting position with the gun level, they go out and to the right with this gun.
Okay. And I'm going to walk you through a couple of examples. But you'd agree with me that shell cases can wind up a lot of different places at a dynamic active shooting scene.
Yes, they can. Or they could be, kicked or moved by someone.
Okay. If I'm standing here and I'm shooting a gun at that wall in a normal shooting position, in other words, 2 hands on the firearm, and I'm not moving and the firearm's upright, you would expect in a typical semi-automatic firearm for the shell case to eject back and to the right.
Yes, I would.
And that's because most guns are fired or created to be fired by right-handed people.
That's correct.
So if I'm shooting right-handed, we wouldn't want it to eject to the left because it might hit me in the face.
Correct.
But if I was a right-hander, it would go that way.
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Likewise,
That's why they put the ejection port on the right side.
likewise, if I turn and I'm shooting this direction, you would expect the bullet to go that, or the shell case to go that way, correct?
To the back and to the right.
Right. So changing my body position changes where the case ejects to.
That's correct.
Okay. Shell cases, when they eject, can hit an object, right?
Yes, they can.
That object can cause them to ricochet, correct?
Yes,
They can bounce and move.
yes.
Right? They're ejected with enough velocity that they would go approximately in this firearm about 6 feet to the right.
I would say more than that based on my analysis of it, because it was still hitting the wall 3 to 5 feet, 5 feet back.
So in
So
your
that if the wall wasn't there, it would have went quite a bit further right.
in your controlled environment, the shell case, your estimate is that it would actually go further than 6 feet,
If there was no wall there, yes.
7 or 8 feet.
I have no idea.
Okay,
I
but
don't know
further
what
than
the
6.
they hit the wall at 3 to 5 feet, but I don't know what trajectory, if they were going down or they were going up when they hit the wall. So they could have gone further. They definitely would have went further if the wall wasn't there.
Those are all important things for you to know to determine the placement of a shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay. If you saw a shooting on video in slow motion, you could dictate, hey, there's that shell casing, it struck this wall, hit the flooring here, was kicked by this person, and it wound up over there, right?
Yes,
In a situation where you don't have that ability, it's really hard to say where a shell casing ends up in relation to a shooting and why, right?
it's definitely environmentally sensitive. What kind of objects are around you when you're shooting, what it's going to maybe ricochet off, and that's why on my ejection pattern test, I prefaced it with, these are, like you say, controlled conditions in a laboratory.
Okay. The flooring surface makes a big difference as to where the shell cases wind up, right?
That's correct.
A hard floor might cause a bigger bounce,
Correct.
further travel.
Correct.
A soft surface, like if I'm shooting in a beach in a stationary position, the shell cases might just land on the sand and stay there.
Yes, they would.
On a hard floor, they wouldn't do that.
No, they would bounce.
And sometimes they can bounce quite a ways.
Yes, they could.
Okay. A barrier or an obstruction to an ejected shell case can make a big difference, right?
Yes.
I want to give you an example. If I'm shooting at this doorway, and I'm shooting 1 foot inside the door from a stationary position, both arms forward, gun upright,
Yes,
you would expect the case to eject back over in the area of this desk.
that's correct.
If I step 1 foot forward and my arm is now in the doorway, you would expect it would actually hit the surface, right?
Yes, it would.
And it might bounce that way,
It probably would bounce right across the shooter's face.
it might bounce into this side,
It might.
it might bounce again.
Yeah, there's no way to tell.
If there's something else on the other side of that door, it might hit that object,
Correct?
and it could bounce, right?
Yes, it could.
If I shoot a shell case out of a gun and it lands right here, and I walk by and I kick it, it could go anywhere.
Yes, it can.
If, say, 2 people walk by, that would increase the statistical odds that someone kicks it.
Yes,
And for every person that walks that same route, it increases those statistical odds, right?
yes,
If 30 people are walking back and forth, that shell case may very well end up a different location than where it started, right?
that's definitely possible.
Give you another example. If instead of shooting in the doorway, I'm now standing in the same doorway, but I'm 6 inches further forward, and now my hand's on the opposite side of that doorway when I pull the trigger, where do you expect the shell case to go?
It depends on what's on the other side of the door. Are we assuming there's a right turn with a wall?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, if you're clear of the door jamb, then it's probably going to come back behind you again.
Okay. If I'm clear of this door jamb, my hand is 6 to 8 inches past it. I'm a foot inside even.
If you're
Up to
right
my
up,
elbow.
if you're right up against the door jamb like that, it's going to hit the door jamb.
I'm past it though.
Oh, I can't see from here.
Yep. Say I'm past it. I can't go past that door, but say I am.
If you're past it, then it would hit whatever's on that side of the door.
On that side of the door, right?
That's correct.
And if it comes back, it might hit that wall, right?
Yep,
If there was a refrigerator right there, it might hit that refrigerator.
that's correct.
Shell case would bounce off of those objects, right?
Yes, they would.
And then if, let's say, all the people in this courtroom walked through that doorway, they could kick it somewhere, right?
That's definitely possible.
Yep. You have no idea, based on those scenarios, what shell case wound up where from where it originated, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Under those scenarios, those various different minute changes can completely change where a shell case ends up, right?
Yes, it can.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that unless you know those variables, you can't estimate where a shell case would wind up in those situations.
I can't estimate at a crime scene that I've never been to where they might end up. But with the controlled circumstances that I did my ejection test in, that shell casings go out to the rear and to the right.
Okay. If I'm shooting, say, 2 or 3 strides from that doorway, and I'm shooting in this direction, could the shell case go right through that door if it was open?
If it was open, yes. If it was the right trajectory, it certainly could.
That wouldn't surprise you at all, would it?
No,
Those would be good things for you to know in order to determine the location of a shell case in relation to where the trigger was pulled, right?
to definitely say that this is where the shell cases are going to land, yeah, you need more information. All I did was say, when I shot this in a standard position, they ended up here. I'm not saying how the shell casings at the scene got to where they are. If they were kicked, I have no idea.
Okay. Didn't you suggest there was something else you could do in order to conduct further testing about where a shell case would wind up when fired from this 9mm Makarov?
Yes, I could have went out to an outdoor range where we'd have more room and there's no wall for the cartridge cases to hit, and get a more accurate of how far they would travel. And I asked Detective O'Kelly if he wanted me to do that, and he said, no, don't bother.
By my count, you've said about 3 times now that you were never at that scene, right?
That's correct.
You have an understanding that Detective O'Kelly was at that scene, right?
Oh, I'm sure he was.
And you have an understanding that he's the one that requested forensic testing of all the ballistics evidence recovered from that scene, correct?
Yes, his name were on both of the requests I received.
And in fact, once you received them, you continued to communicate with him about your findings, right?
Just in reference to the ejection pattern testing, if you wanted me to do it outdoors.
Okay. Remember you told us at the inception of this cross-examination that you kept notes so you could remember exactly what was said at the time it was said?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's in evidence of Stage 323. These are your notes, right?
Yes, they are.
And the state showed you this portion up here, correct?
Yes,
And they showed you the X for the shooter's position. For the record, that's in middle left of the page with an X with a line that says shooter position.
that's correct.
Okay? And then you've got some distance measurement estimates there, right?
Yes, that's just the distance to where they hit the wall.
Okay. And you'd agree with me there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are kind of clumped together right here, right?
Right?
And then there's one over here all by itself, right?
Yep,
And that's in a controlled environment, right?
that's correct.
With the gun vertical, yes?
Correct.
With a stable shooting position, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
With both hands on the gun.
Yes.
You didn't do any testing or examinations with the gun canted or cocked to the side,
No,
right?
I did not.
That would drastically change things, right?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Do you have any idea whether or not Thomas Randolph has any kind of physical ailments that prevent his arm from straightening?
I have no idea.
You wouldn't know that, right?
I do not.
Okay. Detective might ask things like that, right?
He could have.
Okay. I'm going to read to you what's at the bottom of 323, and you tell me if I got this correctly. Called Detective O'Kelly and asked if we needed a more accurate ejection pattern, informing him that I would need to go to the outdoor range. Did I read that right?
Yes,
You told us before in your cross-examination that accuracy is extremely important to what you do, right?
that's correct.
You want to be as accurate as possible, right?
Yes,
Because you know that your testing might wind up in, I don't know, a murder trial, right?
correct.
He said, as long as I could state in my report that the casing were ejected rearward and to the right, that would be sufficient, right?
Correct.
Detective O'Kelly told you, according to your notes, that you memorialized at that time, as long as you'll write in your report that it ejects to the back and to the right, that's good enough for me, right?
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
So if you had done that outdoor analysis of the ejection pattern, what would that have told you?
If it was outdoors and there was no wall for them to bounce off of, that would tell me how much further they would have went to the right and to the rear.
Okay, so what it would basically tell you is sort of a measurement of how far a bullet would, or sorry, a case would go if unimpeded by a wall.
That's correct.
Okay, it wouldn't tell you anything else other than that measurement.
That's correct.
And so if our scene was inside and in a hallway, it wouldn't tell us a whole lot more about our scene.
No, it would not.
Okay, so it would probably be meaningless to do that outdoor shooting to see how far it might fly in a field unobstructed. That may be kind of meaningless in terms of an indoor scene.
Yes, and that was the impression I got from talking to Detective O'Kelly, that it wasn't necessary.
Okay, because it has no applicability if your scene's inside.
Right.
Okay. So you were asked about if flooring is a factor in, how a casing or how a case moves or bounces, that type of thing?
Correct. If it's like carpet, it's going to pretty much stop right where it comes to rest. But in the laboratory range, they rolled and bounced quite a bit.
Okay.
It's a hard floor.
It's a hard floor, and they still all ended up to the right and behind.
Yes.
Okay. And regarding variables of how many people maybe went in a scene and how many people walked through it, those are things that you can't recreate in a lab setting to see how that might affect the ejection pattern analysis. Is that fair?
Right. I don't have that information.
Okay. And even if you did, no one's going to remember like, well, I took 3 strides, or you have no way of knowing if witnesses or first responders can recreate their movements exactly.
Correct.
And so is the ejection pattern analysis, it isn't telling us to the millimeter or the centimeter where a cartridge case might land. It's a general pattern.
Right. It's a consistency of that pattern.
Okay. Now, I think you talked on direct examination about when a bullet is fired out of a gun, it's spinning to maintain stability.
Correct.
And that, obviously, with this 9mm, it's spinning really fast and moving really fast.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it stays in a straight line until it hits something. Is that
Until
fair?
it hits something or it loses velocity and starts to drop because of gravity.
But for it to lose velocity, it would have to travel pretty far, right?
Yes. A
Okay.
few hundred yards probably.
prior to hitting an object and in a shorter range, does it say stable and straight?
Yes.
And I think I heard this on cross-examination. That .38 Special is a far more powerful weapon than that .22 revolver.
Yes, it is. It has a much larger bullet and a lot more, the 38 Special Plus P has a lot of smokeless gunpowder in it.
Okay, so it would be, I guess, a more deadly weapon or cause more damage?
Not necessarily. I've talked to a lot of coroners, and 22s usually do a lot more damage because they're
They move.
lead bullets, and they break apart, and they go all over in the body, where if you got a lot of velocity and you have, say, a jacketed bullet that doesn't have a hollow point in it, it'll go right through a person, and that'll cause less damage to the person.
And the one that you examined between the revolvers, the .22 was, there was only unfired cartridges, right?
Correct. I think there was 6 unfired cartridges and a magazine submitted with it.
And the .38, there was 1 fired.
Yes.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Thank you, sir.
2 minutes, if that. I just listened to the state ask you questions, and I listened to your answers, and I want to make sure I got this one right.
Okay.
You were asked the question, it would be impossible for someone to remember exactly where they were or how many steps they took at a scene, right?
I believe she was referring to people walking through the scene. Is that?
You would agree with me that doing a walkthrough of a scene, it would be impossible to remember exactly where you were and how many steps you took, right?
Oh, yes.
No human being could do that accurately, at least to any degree like you utilize in a lab, right?
That's correct.
You wouldn't find that type of information reliable in your analysis.
What type of information?
Someone trying to recall exactly how many steps they took. Or
Oh,
where they...
no. That wouldn't. None of that would affect my analysis.
Okay, because it's not reliable.
It's not really relevant to what I'm doing.
Okay.
I
What
just
is-
assumed that the detectives and the crime scene investigators document where everything was and if anybody kicked a cartridge case. I mean, that's out of my realm.
Okay. And as it relates to your analysis of the cartridge cases recovered, you would agree with me that without knowing all of those variables, how many people were there, what surfaces exist, the angle that the gun was held, the positioning of the hands on the gun at the time it was fired, without knowing all of those things, you can't accurately say where a case would end up, right?
No, I cannot.
Nothing further.
Nothing else.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions? Just wait a second. You can write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your juror number for council approach. Sir, if the shooter was in the doorway, would the wall leave a mark where the case hit?
I was asked that question in the pretrial, and if it's a small hallway and it's drywall, they come out at a pretty good velocity. I would expect maybe a little dent in the drywall where they're hitting. I don't know what the wall was at the crime scene. In the laboratory, it's a steel wall, so they definitely don't make any marks there. But they come out at quite a, well, just look at the distance that they travel. They probably would have gone a lot further if they wouldn't hit the wall. So they're still moving pretty fast when they hit the wall.
State, any follow-up based on the jury question?
Nope.
Mr. Stumpton?
If we're being accurate, you don't know the answer to that question, right?
I have not done an experiment with it, no.
Because it could depend on what the doorway is made out of, right?
That's correct.
Could depend the surface covering the doorway, right?
That's correct.
The type of paint could impact whether or not a mark's left behind.
That's correct.
Shell case wouldn't leave a mark on a hard floor, right?
No,
Wouldn't leave a mark if I kicked it with my shoe, right?
no.
In fact, it would be purely speculation for you to say whether or not, in this case, there would be a mark left behind, right?
I said I would assume from my experience that it might make a mark, but I can't say definitely that it would make a mark. It would just depend on the surface.
Yep, so bringing it back to my question, you would just have to speculate about
I
whether.
would just have to speculate without actually experimenting on a situation like that, holding a gun this far from a wall and see if it makes marks. Never done that.
Thank you. Any further?
Any follow-up, Stacy?
And so your answer is based on, look, when they're ejected, they're moving fast, there's a lot of force in the ejection.
Yes,
If the hallway is fairly narrow, would it be more likely that it would leave a mark rather than a really wide hallway?
it would be a slower velocity the further it traveled. So if you're right up against the wall, it's going to hit it pretty hard. If you're on the other side of the hallway, it might not hit it quite as hard. But like I said, I've never actually tried an experiment like that, so I can't say
Sure,
definitely.
sure. But the higher velocity would mean more force.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any follow-up on that?
Thank you.
Do ladies and gentlemen, does the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, your
Thank you, Your Honor.
testimony here today. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we are going to take our lunch recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, or theory of the case, research any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case unless biased submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 12 o'clock, we'll be in recess till 1:15.
All rise for the jury.
You don't have any photos, do you? Oh, you're ready to go?
I have all these photos. If you need to keep them in order, I just come back on them.
I just need a laptop, I won't change it.
Okay, perfect. I'll bring them over in 1 second.
what's going on, this person isn't doing anything today. Oh, will you?
Okay, maybe all of your cameras are off.
seated, Your Honor, with the jury is all present and accounted for.
Okay, you may all be seated. We are back on the record in C-250966, State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph is present with his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would just like to remind you that during the pendency of this case, you are not allowed to read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You're also not allowed to do any research in regards to this case, anything including looking on the internet or having any communications with anyone in regarding to this case. If there is an incident or anything happens where someone attempts to contact you, please make sure you let the marshal know immediately. State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. We'll call Detective Juan Guzman to the stand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. You can state his name for the record, please.
First name is Juan, J-U-A-N. Last name is Guzman, G-U-Z-M-A-N.
State and everyone.
Thank you very much. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department,
How long have you been with Metro?
15 years.
And what division are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the technical and surveillance section. What we do is we manage and support the entire agency and outside agencies with covert cameras, GPSs, pen information, call records, and also using that information to locate people.
Okay, when you say pen information, you're talking about pen registers?
Correct.
Okay, and what are pen registers?
So pen in itself doesn't stand for anything. A pen is essentially collecting activity on a telephone. So phone numbers in, phone numbers out for any specific phone number.
Okay. So one of the things that your division does is analyze and review phone records. Would that be fair?
As a support unit, yes.
Okay. And with respect to this case, an investigation into the murder of Sharon Randolph and Michael Miller, where you provided a series of phone records.
I was.
And did that include cell phone records for Thomas Randolph?
It did.
Did it also include home records for Thomas Randolph?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, with respect to cell phone records, did Mr. Randolph have a cell phone of 702-556-4285?
That's what I was provided. Correct.
Okay. And I'm publishing Exhibit 326. We are in a folder called Thomas Randolph Cell Phone Records, and the file I'm opening is that number 702-556-4285, and it indicates Thomas Randolph's cell. It's an Excel spreadsheet. Do these records appear familiar to you, sir?
They do and they don't. So these records go back to 2008. At that time, I was brand new to the department.
That's not what I mean. I meant in reference to the cell phone records you in fact reviewed. Are these the cell phone record, the spreadsheet of the cell phone records?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you look at this second cell, what is the date of this first phone call?
December 20th, 2007.
All right, and you have Mr. Randolph's cell phone number under the calling number, correct?
Correct. So the calling number would indicate where the phone activity started at.
Okay, so that's the phone making the call, correct?
Correct.
And then the called number is the person he is trying to reach out to, whoever is using the phone number, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to go down to the last entry. What is the date of this last entry here?
That is June 2nd, 2008.
All right. Now, were you, in preparing for this, did you take these phone records and upload them into a software that can calculate certain information about the phone records?
Yes.
What's that program called?
So the program that I used for this particular set of records is called PLX. PLX is owned by a company called Penlink, which is out of Nebraska.
Okay. What sort of general information can you pull using PLX?
So the way PLX works is PLX doesn't change any of the records ingested into it. I essentially upload this Excel file, which if you had to scroll through all of these lines, line by line, it would be kind of hard to visualize the actual phone activity without doing all sorts of filters. When I enter this information into PLX, it makes it quite easy for me to determine what are the phone numbers most frequently called, what days of the week he calls, what hours of the day, how long the calls lasted. So it provides a easy way to view these records without altering them.
In the course of your preparation, were you provided a cell phone number for Sharon Randolph?
Yes.
Were you provided a phone number associated with Michael Miller?
Yes.
Were you provided a phone number associated with Liz Labrador?
Yes.
And were you also provided a phone number associated with T-Mobile's voicemail system, a number you call T-Mobile to get your voicemails? Or did you locate that?
I located that within the records.
Okay. So you inputted these cell phone records into PLX, is that correct?
Yes.
Did it generate a series of reports?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, you were provided home phone records for Mr. Randolph?
Yes.
Did you also put that in PLX?
I did.
Did it also generate reports? At the opposite end of the house from the garage.
That's going to be the master bedroom.
All right. If you were to go towards where Sharon's feet are, this photograph, what is this rectangle area right here?
That's going to be a little bit of a hallway that just takes you from the bedrooms into the rest of the house, the living room, family room area.
All right. And I'd like to turn your attention to what has been denoted as the family room. Is the kitchen also depicted there?
Yes, it is. The kitchen is just south of that family room.
All right. To the right of the kitchen, there are these little blue lines. What's that supposed to denote?
Those are French doors that open into the backyard.
All right. In the complete opposite end towards the front, there's another kind of quarter circle blue line there. What is that?
That is the front door leading into the residence.
All right. So essentially there are three, at least in terms of doors, there's three entry points into this house. A front door, the garage door in the garage, and then in the back there's the backyard door.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Publishing Exhibit 1. What do we see here?
That is going to be the front of the house.
All right. Publishing Exhibit 2, is that a closer version of that home?
Yes, that's going to be just mainly showing the garage area there.
Do you see anybody standing in that garage?
I do not see anybody standing in the garage.
Publishing 3, what are we looking at here?
That is the front door leading into the residence.
Are there any people standing in this area?
No.
Publishing 4, what are we looking at here?
That is going to be, this is the, on the right side of the picture is the house just to the west, and then you're kind of looking back towards kind of the northwest corner of the house at 6517.
All right. Publishing 5, what do we see here?
That is going to be the side of the house on the west side.
Okay. And is that green door, is that a gate that leads to the back part of that house?
Yes, it is.
Publishing Exhibit 6, what are we looking at here? Maybe I'll do this. Let me approach because the lighting is so backlit. Maybe hard to see, I don't know. Can you tell what you're looking at there?
I think that is going to be the west side of the house, inside. Yeah,
On the side of the house?
Yeah, inside that gate we just saw.
Okay. And maybe if we zoom in a little bit, maybe with this lighting. Do you happen to see a green gate there?
Yeah, way in the back, yeah. So it's, from the backyard, looking towards the front of that gate.
You had an opportunity to look in the backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you remember about the backyard? Was there anything in the backyard?
There was a pool that took up most of the backyard, and then there was like a detached small garage, like a one-car garage, kind of / storage area.
And Your Honor, may I just approach freely without requesting? Thank you so much. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 7 through 13. Just take a look at those real briefly and just tell me if that is a fair and accurate depiction of the pool area.
Yes, it is.
Publishing 7. Publishing 12. Wait, those are, I hope those weren't out of focus before. I apologize. Let's republish 7 for a second. That's part of the backyard of the house?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing 12, is that panning more over to the right?
Yes, correct.
Is the back door to the house open or closed?
It is open.
Publishing 13. What is that structure that we're looking at in the center of the photograph?
That is the small garage that I talked about, where kind of the one-car garage storage area.
Okay, when you arrived there, did it appear open?
Yes.
Approaching the 14 through 18, take a look at these and let me know if those are fair and accurate depictions of that structure you just described.
Yes, they are.
Publishing 14. Is that what it looked like?
Yes.
Is there also a door that enters into that structure?
Yes, there is. You can kind of see it on the side, on the right side of the picture, just kind of near that motorcycle.
Why don't you take your mouse and you just kind of hover over it?
Yeah, kind of right here is that other door.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified a white door to the right of the motorcycle. Did you notice anything that was in the door or the doorknob when you got there?
There was a set of keys that was hanging in the doorknob.
Publishing state 16. What are we looking at there?
Those are the keys that I saw.
Okay. Publishing 15. What are we looking at there?
That's just a farther back picture of that door, and you can see the keys that are hanging out of it.
Were there any signs of forced entry to this door?
No, there were not.
And also in relation to the backyard door that went into the house, were there any signs of forced entry there?
There were not.
Approaching the states 19 through 29, you mentioned that you walked the sides of the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Take a look at these and let me know if these accurately depict the sides of this home from the exterior.
Yes, they do. And there were some of the homes, and then there was one that was behind that garage.
Publishing 19, publishing 20, publishing 21. You mentioned that there were gates, correct?
Yes.
To either side. I want to turn your attention to the west gate. Did something jump out to you about the west gate?
There was a padlock that had been placed on the ground in the rocks.
Like a combination lock?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing, stage 26, is this that gate?
Yes, it is, and you can see the lock is down in this area on the
Let the
rocks.
record reflect the witnesses identified a kind of a dark and almost black silver object between what appears to be a red flower pot and a rock. Publishing 27, is that kind of closer look at the door to the gate?
Yes.
Publishing 29, is that combination lock?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 30, what are we looking at here?
That is the front door leading into the residence.
Were there any signs of forced entry?
No.
Publishing 31, is that another example of that gate
Yes, it
to
is.
the front door?
Yes, the security gate on the front door.
Publishing 32, what are we looking at here?
That is looking at the garage.
All right. How many vehicles are in this garage?
There are two.
I want to have you turn your attention to the sedan. Did you find anything that was impounded that was to the left of that sedan in this photograph?
Yes, there was a cartridge case on the left side of that sedan, kind of right up next to the wall.
All right. Publishing 33. Is this a close-up version of that sedan?
Yes.
Publishing 34. Do you see the general area where it is? Maybe if you could take your mouse and circle the general area where you think it was found.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be over in this area here.
Let the record reflect the witness made a circle around what appears to be, I don't know, it looks like a push pin board, maybe leaned up against the wall, and there appears to be an oval kind of area rug, or at least a floor mat. Publishing 35, do you see, and I may need to zoom in. Do you see that card case?
I do, and that's going to be that cartridge case right there.
Okay, let the record reflect the witnesses identified a small object just, I don't know, to the upper left of that floor mat near the wall. When you were briefed on this, did you have an understanding in general about where these shootings occurred?
We were told that they had basically happened in the garage area, and that's kind of what I was able to see. I don't think we got a definitive description. I knew we had a body in the garage, but as far as what I was seeing, as far as the evidence, it showed that it was all in the garage.
Okay, so what you're saying is when you're looking around, you're seeing things, evidence of a fire, of a shooting happening in the garage?
Correct, yes.
Okay, you weren't present when anyone was describing actually how it went down?
Right, I don't think they gave us a definite description as it
Okay,
occurred in this place.
Okay, so just so we're clear, what you're saying is when you were looking around, it seemed to you it happened in the garage because of the things you were collecting?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Publishing 30, this is 36, is that kind of a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 37, even more close-up version of that
Yes.
part?
Yes.
Publishing 38, what are we looking at here?
It's just showing the cargo area of the SUV.
Was anything impounded to the right of this vehicle in between that shelving unit and this vehicle?
There was another cartridge case in that area.
And that cartridge case is on the total opposite end of the other cartridge case?
Yes, that's correct.
Publishing 39, is this the general area where it was located?
Yes.
Publishing 40. I might zoom in, but do you happen to see it?
Yes, that's going to be it right there at the bottom.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness has identified a small object almost nearby, well, at least in the perspective, it's kind of nearby the wheel well. I mean, it's not really there, but kind of close to the wheel well of the car. In states 40. Publishing 41. Is that a close-up of that same case?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 42. What are we looking at there?
And that's just going to be a close-up of that cartridge case.
Right? I want to approach with what's been marked or what's been admitted as 43 through 47. What are we looking at in these photographs?
It's going to be the area towards the front of the two vehicles and a fire extinguisher that's on the floor,
Okay.
kind of by the right front wheel of the sedan.
Publishing 43. So this is depicting kind of the front fenders, or at least some of the front parts of these vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is this black object on here on the ground?
That is a black ski mask.
All right. When you walked through this garage, did it look completely disheveled, or did it appear to be somewhat organized?
It was somewhat organized. It wasn't disheveled or anything. It looks kind of common, with any type of garage.
Now, I want to point towards this tan area here. What is this object here?
It's going to be a refrigerator.
Was Mr. Miller's body next to this refrigerator on the opposite end?
Yeah, his back is sort of resting against the corner of the refrigerator.
I want to publish States 45. Do you see that refrigerator?
Yes.
What is on top of the refrigerator? Let's zoom in for a second. You can see. Actually, let's do this. I'm going to approach first. Take a look at this. Tell me what you see stacked on top of the refrigerator.
Looks like a crock pot along the edge of the front here, and then just some other box towards the back, and just a few other, items that are covering up most of the top of the refrigerator.
So there's a number of items stacked on top of that refrigerator.
Yes, that's correct.
Analyst Smith, I have a question for you. When you first arrived in that crime scene, were those items spilled out onto the floor?
No, they were not.
All of those items remained on top of that refrigerator?
Yes.
Even that crock pot that's sitting on the edge of the freezer door
Yes.
and that large box didn't fall down at all?
Right, that's correct.
You mentioned there was a fire extinguisher found on the ground.
Yes.
Publishing 47, is that fire extinguisher?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you looked, showing you proposed 45 again. When you looked in this area, I want to turn your attention to this hanging step stool.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that little object right there?
Yes, I do.
Is that a screw?
Yeah, it looks like a screw or a nail sticking out of the wall.
Okay. Were you advised as to what had been previously hanging on that screw? I don't know if you know. Don't worry about them. Just you go ahead and answer the question.
I don't recall. I believe I heard later that that's where the fire
I'd object to that. That's hearsay.
You know what, we can move on.
All right, that objection will be sustained, that comment will be stricken from the record.
But there's a screw there, correct?
Yes,
It's partially out of the wall, right?
yes,
And just to be clear, that screw between Mr. Miller and that screw is the refrigerator, right?
yes,
With all of these other objects stacked on top of the fridge.
yes, correct.
And you didn't find a single one of those objects on the ground at all.
Right, correct. I'm photographing it the way it was when we arrived at the scene.
I want to publish Exhibit 44. Is this that same refrigerator?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember what that black object is?
That I do not recall what that is.
Okay, but it's documented, correct?
Yes,
And it's photographed.
yes,
And sequentially, that photograph was taken right before you took pictures of the fire extinguisher, is that right?
I believe so, or in that same general area.
46. Is that the fire extinguisher on the ground?
Yes.
All right. In your experience in investigating crime scenes, you ever seen fire extinguishers affixed to the wall of a house?
I have, yes.
Okay. I want to show you published Exhibit 52 for a second. What is this object here?
That is the refrigerator, just the other side of it.
When you looked at that side of the refrigerator, did you see any apparent blood transfers on the side of that refrigerator?
No, it doesn't appear that there are any.
No smears, no nothing?
No.
Did you see any dents in that side of the refrigerator?
No, not that I recall seeing.
Publishing 48. Is this one of the two bodies that was found in the house?
Yes, it is.
What is on this individual's hands?
He had on a pair of black fabric gloves.
Okay. If you could, please tell me what type of footwear this man is wearing.
He is wearing brown cowboy boots.
Oh. I noticed that when you were processing this crime scene,
Mr. Chairman, this is a different exhibit. Can you
oh, I apologize. I'll just republishing 48. I think it was upside down before, so it's 48. But let's just orient it this way. I noticed when you took all these photographs, this man was still present in your crime scene.
Yes, that is correct.
When you arrived, did you come to learn this person's name is Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Okay. Had Mr. Miller been transported by paramedics?
No, he had not.
Okay. You've been to plenty of homicide crime scenes, I'm sure, in your career.
Yes.
In your experience, if there tends to be a chance to be able to actually save someone, are these people transported to the hospital before you even get a chance to process the scene?
Yes, yeah. We'll go to a lot of homicide scenes where we don't have a victim there because they've been transported.
So it's fair to say, if the body is still in your scene, they were dead by the time you've arrived.
Right, that's correct.
Publishing 50. What are we looking at here?
That is a black bag. There's a lot of jewelry inside of it, towel, I believe a tank top, or a t-shirt.
Okay, so there's one bag here, there's a second bag here. What's
Yes.
that object there?
And then that is a blue Adidas hat.
A baseball hat.
Yes.
Nearby it, is there a ski mask?
It is, but it's just off, I believe, off the picture.
Both are objects that you wear on your head, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. In your experience, even just life experience, you ever see someone wear a ski mask and then put a baseball cap on top?
I don't believe I've ever seen that, no.
But that's in your scene,
Yes,
next to this nearby ski mask.
yes.
Ultimately, when you look at the ski mask, did there appear to be any bullet holes in that ski mask?
I don't believe that there were any holes in it.
I want to turn your attention to this object here. What is that white object there?
That is a light bulb.
Okay. I'm going to publish 51. Is that kind of a overhead view of that area?
Yes.
On that night, did you recover any carts from that toolbox?
No, we did not.
Do you come later to learn that members of your crime scene team do recover a cart from there?
Yes, we had another crime scene analyst go out about a week later, and they ended up finding one in that toolbox.
And was it located underneath that light bulb?
Yes.
What is this object here?
That back in the corner is going to be like a fire poker set.
Okay, is it in between a water heater as well?
Yes, yes. I think I get a little bit of the water heater hit there on the right side.
On the night that you were there, did you recover any carts from that general area?
Not from that area, no.
Do you come to learn that a week later, a member of your crime scene does recover a cart back behind there?
Yes, that's correct.
Publishing 54, that's a view of the ski mask?
Yes, it is.
And do you see the baseball cap also nearby it?
Yes.
All right, where, could you show the jury where that is using the mouse?
Okay, so the ski mask is here, and then the baseball cap is down here at the bottom of the picture.
Ultimately, during the process of your processing crime scene, did you or someone take any steps to move Mr. Miller's body?
The coroner, when we're ready for them at a scene, will come out and they will do their investigation of the body, and then the body is removed from the scene.
Did you and your team notice anything in that scene after his body had been transported by the medical examiner's office?
When the mortuary moves the body, there were 2 bullets that came out of his clothing onto the garage floor.
Okay. Publishing 55. Is that the general area where Mr. Miller was previously?
Yes.
And I'll approach with 56. Do you happen to see one of the bullets?
Yes, I do.
Where?
Right there.
Okay. Publishing 56. If you could show us in the mouse, where is it?
It's going to be right there.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has identified what appears to be a bullet, and it's nearby kind of a plastic container for a lead. You mentioned that there was a second bullet, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Approaching with space 57.
think that's going to be our second bullet.
Okay, you have your two fingers out here.
Yes, yeah. So the second one is towards the bottom third of
Is
this.
58 an enlargement of that?
Yes, it is there.
Okay, so can you take your mouse? I'm sorry, I keep doing this, but the lighting's not great through the overhead. Publishing 57. Why don't you show the jury where the two bullets are, and I can try to zoom in a little bit if that helps. I'm sorry, here.
Yeah, there's going to be a bullet there, and then the other one is up here.
Okay, near that plastic wrapper for the lead.
Yes, correct.
And publishing 58, that is an enlargement of that second bullet.
Correct.
This seems like a good time to go back to our diagram, 214. When a diagram is prepared like this, is this in one dimension or two dimensions?
It is in just two dimension, basically.
Okay, or three dimensions?
Yeah, it's not
That's right.
three-dimensional.
That was my bad. When we look at this number 1, what is that supposed to signify?
That is going to be that cartridge case by the sedan.
Okay. Number 2, what is that?
That's the cartridge case on the other side of the garage near the SUV.
Okay. Those two bullets that you just identified, do you remember ultimately what they're numbered as?
They were numbered as 10 and 11.
If we look on this diagram, I don't see a 10 or an 11. Do you know why that is?
That's correct. What we opted to do when Chelsea did the diagram was, since the bullets came out of his clothing, we had the option of either putting a 10 and 11 on the diagram and having a little, arrows showing that they came from his body. But we just opted to leave them out, and then we could describe it later. It was a little bit easier, since we're not getting a good definitive description on where they're at for the diagram.
Okay, so this is not an issue because you guys can't count numbers, correct?
Correct.
All right. Are the bullets photographed without a placard?
Yes.
Ultimately, are they then photographed with a little yellow placard with a number?
Yes, they are.
Are the 10 and 11, as well as every piece of items impounded, are they documented also on an evidence impound report?
Yes.
Okay. When you mentioned you prepare a report as well.
Yes.
Did you describe these items as 10 and 11 as well inside your report?
Yes, I did.
So there's your report, an evidence impound report, photographs, plus this diagram.
Yes.
This diagram just doesn't happen to have 10, 11 marked on it.
Right, that's correct.
Did you still want them as I go? Sure. Okay. I want to publish 60. Do you see any apparent blood transfer on this side of the refrigerator?
I do not.
When we zoom into these items up here, is it just a crock pot that's stacked up there?
There's a little bit better light in this photo, and so you can see there's a fan on top of it. You can see the back end of the box there, and then there's a couple items over here on that far edge.
And just to be clear, none of these items were on the floor.
Right, that's correct. They were all on top of the refrigerator.
But the fire extinguisher's on the ground.
Yes.
A minute ago, we were talking about little placards. Why do you guys put those there in scenes?
Just for one, they have a scale on them, so you can sort of see what size they are in relation to everything else. And then they also give a good image showing in the scene where the evidence is, and then you can tie that back to the diagram and your evidence impound later on, and it just kind of ties everything all together.
So publishing 61, do we see a number 1 placard anywhere?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's going to be over on that east wall of the garage.
Publishing 62, what is this?
It's going to be that close-up of that cartridge case.
Publishing 63, what are we looking at?
That is the number 2 cartridge case that was on the west side of the garage.
Publishing 64, what are we looking at?
Just the close-up of the cartridge case.
Publishing 65. What are we looking at here?
That was a bullet that was found underneath the SUV.
Okay. So we had one bullet on one end marked as number 1, is that right? On the wall, right? There's a bullet on the wall near the sedan, correct? Marked as number 1? Oh, no,
cartridge case.
cart. I
Yeah.
apologize. So number 7 is a bullet, yeah?
Yes, correct.
Okay. We have, and then 10 and 11 are bullets?
Yes.
Okay, were there any other bullets found?
Yes, there was number 6, and that's going to be near the right front of the SUV.
Okay, and this is underneath the SUV, number 7?
Yes.
Publishing 66. Do we see that fourth bullet?
Yes, it is. Number 6 right there, that placard.
Right. Publishing 67, what are we looking at here?
Just a close-up of that bullet.
68, what are we looking at here?
That is going to be the ski mask.
Oh, Publishing 69, do we see the baseball cap labeled as well now with a number?
Yes,
And what number has it been provided?
that's going to be number 9.
Publishing 71, what are we looking at here?
Those are the 2 bullets that came out of Miller's clothing and then were marked 10 and 11 later on.
Publishing 72, is that number 10?
Yes.
Publishing 73, is that number 11?
Yes.
Did you happen to take any pictures of Mr. Miller right before he was sealed in a bag and transported by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, I believe so.
Publishing 75, is this one of those photos?
Yes.
Publishing 76, is this a different angle?
Yes.
Was there any documentation of the interior of the SUV?
Just of the SUV, just some overall showing the condition.
Publishing 77 and 78, what are we looking at in those 2 photos?
Those are the front seats of the SUV.
Republishing 214. After working the garage, do you start to move into a different area of the house?
Yes, at this point then we're starting to work our way into the house, down the hallway in that area.
All right. What is one of the things that you observe when you first kind of open the door to enter into the house from the garage?
You can see there is number 3, and that's going to be another cartridge case.
Publishing 79. What are we looking at from this perspective?
This is looking from the interior of the hallway. On the left side is the garage, is the door going out into the garage. Then you can see that little closet to the right, and then you can see the cartridge case down by that, right by the edge of the door.
Could you take your mouse and circle the area where the cartridge case is?
It'll be right here.
All right, let the record reflect the witnesses identified an object in the center of that triangular tile right at the center of the lip of the garage door. These 2 doors that lead to this closet, did you observe any bullet strikes?
No, I did not.
Any ricochets?
No.
Any defects whatsoever?
No.
Did you observe any blood?
No, I did not.
Any apparent blood transfers anywhere?
No, not inside the house, no.
How about this door? See any bullet strikes to that door?
No.
Any blood on that door?
No.
Any defects to that door?
No.
Publishing 80. What type of flooring is this?
Just tile floor?
Any cracks to the tile?
No.
Any defects to the tile?
No, there were not.
See any apparent blood in the tile?
No.
Let's talk about this wall opposite the closet. Did you see any apparent blood here?
No, I do not.
Any bullet strikes there?
No,
Any defects to the wall?
no.
Nothing that you noted for the processing of this scene?
Right, that's correct.
And this is a double that you're dealing with. You couldn't find anything to document here?
Right. Other than that cartridge case, that's all we had in that area.
Publishing 81, is that a close-up of that cart?
Yes.
Publishing 82. What is the doorway that leads to this? What's beyond that door there?
That is going to be the office.
Okay. I know we focused a lot near that door, but let's try to focus from the entrance of this doorway, between this entrance of this doorway and this door here. Do you observe any carts in there, in that area?
No, we did not.
Any bullets?
No,
Any defects to the tile?
no,
Any blood?
no.
How about on this wall? Did you observe anything here, kind of from the hat, moving back towards the picture? Did you notice
No.
anything there?
No.
Publishing 83, is this just another view of that same hallway?
Yes. And that has the placard for number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Is that a close-up of that placard?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 214. When you continue to walk down this hallway, what do you observe on the floor of the hallway at the other end?
That is going to be where Sharon is located.
Publishing 85. What do we see in this photograph?
That's if you turn around and you're looking back towards the master bedroom there, and you can see Sharon laying on the floor there.
Okay. Publishing 86. Is this a close-up of Sharon?
Yes, just a little bit more close up.
I want to turn your attention to this entryway. Where does that lead to?
That is that hallway bathroom.
Okay. When you observed this door frame, as well as this door frame, did you see any apparent blood transfer?
I did not see any originally, I don't believe.
What is that?
That is a handheld phone.
Publishing 87. Is that just another angle of Sharon?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 88. What is this area to the left of Sharon?
That is going to be the bedroom with the drum set in it.
And this is the condition of how the house looked when you were processing, is that correct?
Yes.
Publishing 89. With respect to her clothing, does it appear to have apparent blood on it?
It does, yes.
How about this side of her neck?
Yes.
I want to approach with, what's been marked as 90, it's exhibits 90 through 101. I want you to take a look at this and tell me what general area of the house this is. And if we can move down this way, if that's all right.
Yep.
So just keep moving.
And these are going to be the overalls of that east bedroom.
Publishing 90. What, if any, What, if anything, was impounded that is documented in this photograph here?
That is a Smith and Wesson 38 special revolver.
Okay. And do you remember what placard it was assigned?
It was number 15.
Publishing 91, is that a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
Did it appear to have any apparent blood on it?
No, it did not.
Publishing 92, is that a close-up of that same gun?
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 93. What are we looking at on the wall?
That is a clock that is on the wall, just adjacent to the door going into that east bedroom.
Okay. Is that the position that it was in when you found it?
Yes.
So it wasn't folded down or anything like that?
No, correct. It just looks exactly like that.
Publishing 94. When you went through this home, do you recall any drawers being fully removed out of any piece of furniture?
There were some that were open. Mostly they were opened. There was a little cabinet on the master bedroom wall, sort of above where Sharon was, where the little drawers were pulled completely out. But other than that, everything else looked pretty well just open. Nothing pulled out, nothing strewn all over the place.
Thank you.
What number was that, Council?
Oh, this is 90.
90.
90, well, give me 1 second. 94. Publishing 95, what are we looking at here?
That is going to be that same clock that was on the wall, and it'll actually fold down. And you can use it to basically hide a gun in there.
Publishing 96 and 97, are these just different angles of that drawer?
Yes.
Publishing 98, is that one of the objects that's on the floor?
Yes.
Publishing 99, what are we looking at? Where are we now? Are we still in the drum room?
Yeah, if you just walk in and you look kind of opposite, and that's where that photo is taken from.
Publishing 100, another angle of that, the drum set and some of the equipment?
Yes.
All of it remained in the house?
Yes.
Publishing 101, that's the placard that you assigned to the gun?
Yes.
I want to show you 102 through 104. What are we looking at in these photographs?
This is going to be that that hallway bathroom, just opposite the east bedroom.
Okay. So it's on the other side of Sharon from the drum room?
Yes.
Publishing 102. Do you know what this red bag is?
I believe it was leftovers. Had styrofoam containers inside it.
Okay, from a place called Charcoal Steak.
Yes, I believe so.
And publishing 104.
And there you can see we had placard number 4 up, which was a receipt from the charcoal room.
Okay. That's why the placard's there.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that is the state of what the bathroom looked like at the time that you processed it.
Yes, correct.
Publishing 214. If we walk past Sharon's body, continuing to walk away from the garage, what room do we enter?
We're in the master bedroom now.
Did you document that particular room?
Yes, I did.
We're approaching the states 105 through 120. So take a minute and thumb through these and let me know what these photographs depict.
All right, those are going to be the photos of the master bedroom and then adjacent bathroom.
Publishing 105. Where's it goes? '06. 107. Publishing 112. Is this the condition of the room when you walked in and began to document it?
Yes, it is.
Were any of these drawers removed out of that dresser?
No, you can see that there's the top couple drawers are pulled out slightly, but they're still in the cabinet.
Were there any items strewn on the floor?
Other than these drawers at the bottom of the picture, there really wasn't too much else. It was strewn all over the floor.
And you're talking about these kind of small boxes here?
Yes, correct. Or small drawers, yeah.
Understood. Publishing 116. What is this white object on the wall?
It's just going to be a set of drawers hanging on the wall as you walk into that master bathroom.
Did you notice any contents or objects kind of below these little drawers?
No, we just had some of them that looked like they were open.
In the master bedroom, was there a closet in that master?
Yes, there was one in the master bathroom.
Okay. And by stipulation, Your Honor, there's an additional exhibit, State's proposed 327, that the defense has no objections to its admission.
327 will be stipulated to?
That's accurate.
Publishing 121, is this a picture, what is this a picture of?
That is looking into that closet in the bathroom.
Okay. Have to zoom in. What is that?
That is like a jewelry box with the completely open.
Okay. Does it appear to have jewelry still inside of it?
Yes.
Was there a safe inside of this closet?
There was.
Publishing 327. Do you see that safe?
I do. And that's going to be that safe right there with the gray front.
So it's black in color, but it's also got some gray to it.
Yes,
Page 327. I want to republish 214. Was this northeast bedroom process the office? Or at least photographed or documented?
Yes, it was documented, yes.
Approaching the stage 123 through 135. Just take a look at those and tell me what these photographs depict.
Yeah, that's going to be the photos of the northeast bedroom office.
Publishing 123. What vantage point are we having at this point?
That's going to be if you walked into the office and you were sort of standing in the corner, sort of like kitty corner from where you walk in.
Did you find any carts in this northeast bedroom or in the office?
No, I did not.
Did you find any dings to the doorway or the walls or anything like that, like impact marks?
No.
Publishing 124, 125, 126. What are we looking at here?
Can we zoom out just a little bit?
So sorry.
It's okay.
What are we looking at here?
It's just kind of an overall looking at the sort of southeast corner of the room, it looks like.
Did it appear as if any of the electronics were disturbed in this room?
No.
Were any drawers pulled out in this room?
No.
Publishing 128. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be a piece of luggage on the floor, and on top of it, there is a revolver.
All right. Publishing 129. Is this an enlargement of that revolver?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 130.
And that's just a close-up of the revolver.
Publishing 133. What do we see here?
Just a different view of the revolver with our placard number 14.
Okay. Do you remember what type of firearm this was?
It's a Smith & Wesson 22 long rifle revolver.
Publishing 134. Is that just a close-up of that?
Yes.
Publishing 136. What do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is going to be a picture of the hallway looking from the, probably like the living room area, looking down the hallway. If you go down this hallway and you turn a right, you would see Sharon there and you'd see the master bedroom, or if you took a left, you would get to the garage.
If we were to zoom in, do we see any part of Sharon when we look from this vantage point?
Yes, that's her feet there.
I'll zoom back out. In this hallway, do these walls go all the way up to the ceiling?
No, on top of those walls, there's like a raised area, usually for like plants and things like that.
We'll come back to that. What do we see in 137?
That is going to be what we call the family room.
All right. So I'm going to republish 214. Can you use your mouse and show us where the family room is?
That's going to be down here in this area.
Okay, so if we walked past Sharon down this hallway and then hung a left, that's where it'd be.
Yes.
Did anything appear disturbed in this room of the house?
No.
Publishing 138, what are we looking at in this area?
It's going to be just a different view of that family room, and then you can see the double doors that go out into the backyard.
Is this the open door that you were referring to?
Yes.
What is in the lock of that door?
There's a key.
From the inside?
I believe so, yes.
And when you arrived, that door was open or closed?
It was open.
Publishing 139, what are we looking at in this photograph?
That's going to be the kitchen area.
Did anything appear disturbed in the kitchen?
No.
Was anything collected as evidence potentially from this kitchen?
There was one knife that was on that kitchen island, kind of in the middle of the picture there, that was recovered.
Publishing 141, do you see the knife in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Where is it?
It's going to be right here along the on the kitchen island, along that south edge.
Publishing 143, is that the placard that you assigned to it?
Yes.
Was there any signs of forced entry to that back door?
No, it didn't appear that there was any damage to the door or anything like that.
What vantage point are we looking at in stage 144?
That's going to be just a different version of the family room, and then you can see in along the right edge of the picture is the walkway that takes you into the living room area.
What do we see in 146?
That is going to be the living room, and then in the middle of the picture is, you go down a short little, or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the hallway going back towards the bedrooms, and then that looks to the right, and you can see the family room.
So republishing 214, show us that hallway. Maybe slide your mouse over that hallway so we can see.
Yeah, it was the picture was from right here, so you're looking down, going to the hallway there, and then looking at the family room in this area.
Publishing 147, what is being photographed here?
That is just a dining table in that in the living room.
Publishing 152, what are we looking at in the center of that photograph?
That is going to be the den.
Approaching the stage 153 through 157, what is depicted in these photographs?
Just overall showing the den.
Okay. Based on your observations, did anything appear to be disturbed in the den?
No.
Publishing 154, 155, 157. So there were TVs and kind of DVDs or VCRs in that area?
Yes.
None of them were taken?
They were still there, correct.
Publishing 159. What are we looking at here?
That's just showing the condition of the front door, showing that there's no damage to it. It's not broken or anything like that.
158, that's just a more wider shot of that door.
Yes, it is.
Now, I want to show you what's remarkable. 160 through 166. You remember talking to us about kind of a planner area?
Yes.
Why don't you take a look at those photos and tell me what these photographs depict?
All right, these are kind of the planter area, almost at the junction between the end of the hallway, where it sort of stops.
Sure. What we'll do is I'm going to throw that diagram back up.
Okay.
I'm going to republish 214, and I want you to tell this jury what part of the house that we're talking about.
Okay, we're talking about the planter areas were on top of each of the sides of the hallway. Like this one here ends where the hallway turns, but this planter up here goes all the way across the hallway there.
So it's like an arch that goes across the hall,
It's not an arch or anything, it's flat, but it just goes right above the hallway.
an overpass.
Yes.
And that's a sad attempt, but
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
pass
similar to
through
that,
the hallway.
exactly. You would go right under it when you walk towards the garage.
Did you and your crime scene analyst find anything of evidentiary value that you documented and collected in this overarching ledge?
We did, yes.
What did you find there?
There was a metal fragment and then a metal fragment with some hair attached to it.
So were they documented in your crime scene report?
Yes,
Were they impounded as evidence under this event number?
yes,
Did you document and write about it in your report?
yes,
But I don't see it in the diagram.
right.
Why not?
And that's kind of the same reason we left out 10 and 11. It would be a little bit confusing having that in the diagram because this is just a 2D from the top looking down diagram. If I put 12 and 13 right here, which is where they're at, it's going to look like they're on the floor.
And
I can't show them up in the air.
And to be fair, you had the capability to do a three-dimensional picture of that particular area. Would that be fair? You could have done one.
Correct, yes.
Okay, you elected not to.
Right, and usually in a case like this, we don't do, like a 3D diagram or something like that. Just for those two pieces of evidence, we wouldn't have done that.
Okay, understand. So if maybe there was something else, I don't know, let's say like blood spatter or something, you might do something like that.
Correct, yes.
Okay, but you and your team elected, at least on that night, not to do it for those two, to put it in the diagram.
Correct, yes.
But where was it memorialized?
And like I said, is in the crime scene investigations report. There's photos of them. They were impounded as items 12 and 13.
And
so-
it's also in the evidence impound report as well?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to publish, so this is not a situation where you guys can't count.
Correct.
All right, publishing 160. What are we looking at here?
All right, this is kind of the end of the hallway where, again, if you go back to the right, you would see the master bedroom. If you went to the left, you would see the garage. And so this is that raised planter area that goes over the hallway.
So Sharon is where?
She is back to the right over here
Okay.
and on the ground.
And is there a wall kind of in that, you see where the area to the left?
Yes.
If you go to the upper ledge there, is there a wall that kind of blocks that off?
Yes, there is a wall that goes all the way, probably 3 or 4 feet back on that planter. Then there is one that goes all the way up to the ceiling.
Okay, so I'm going to do this. Publishing 214. You're referring to this walkway area is where that overhang was, right?
Yes.
And you're saying there is a wall kind of going up to the ceiling, correct?
Right.
So if I was standing where Sharon is, I wouldn't be able to like throw a ping pong ball over that and have it make it all the way down and bounce towards the garage, correct?
Correct.
Because there is a wall blocking it.
Yes.
You can only get it if you can only leave things up there if you're standing over where Sharon is.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Publishing 161. What are we looking at here?
And there you can see the items 12 and 13, and you can see just a little bit of the hallway at the bottom there, on the bottom right, walking. And that's how you would get towards the garage.
And Your Honor, if I could, I'd like to actually, just based on lighting, publish this to kind of show the dimensions of that wall that's there.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will have all exhibits that were admitted into evidence with you when you go into deliberation. You will have them all.
Publishing 162, is that one of those pieces of metal fragment?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 163, is that the other one?
Yes.
Publishing 164. Why are you photographing this area?
Right here on this wall is a little bit of a defect. It's where probably one of those pieces of metal hit that drywall, and then that's how it ended up in that planter area.
There's this object here, right?
Yes.
Publishing 160. Do we see it in this photograph?
Yes, we do. It's right there.
Publishing 164. Is that the thing that you're referring to?
Yes, that is the defect in the drywall.
Publishing 166. What is that?
That's just a close-up of that defect in the drywall.
So, in this hallway area here on that landing where Sharon is, and on this wall here near the east bedroom, there is a defect.
Yes, yeah, kind of right in that general area right there.
You don't see any defects in this part of the hallway, but there's one here.
Yes.
Publishing 167. What do we see here?
These were some of the items that came out of the bags that were in the garage on the floor by Mr. Miller.
Okay, so do you lay out the items that are found inside?
Yes.
Publishing 168. Is this all that jewelry?
Yes, it is.
What are these?
Those are some keys.
Okay. Do two of those keys go to the safe? If you know.
I do not know for sure.
Okay, but we have two sets of keys here and two sets of keys here. Do you have any knowledge as to what those keys go to?
No, I do not.
Okay, but amongst all this jewelry are 4 keys.
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as 169 through 172. What are we looking at here?
Those are photos of the semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. What type of model is this?
It's a Russian gun. It's called Baikal, B-A-I-K-A-L.
Did you know that it was named after a lake in Russia?
I did not know that.
Okay. Now you know. I learned that today too.
Okay.
Publishing 169. Was this taken off of Mr. Randolph's person?
Yes, it was.
All right. Why is there one? Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. Why is there one round of ammunition here, but then there's some more sitting in that magazine?
That round right there is what was in the chamber.
Okay.
When we
And
recovered.
how many were in the magazine?
There were 3 in the magazine.
Was there a clip also taken off of Mr. Randolph's person?
Yes, there was also a separate magazine that had,
Separate magazine, I apologize.
yeah, that had 8 cartridges in it.
Okay. Publishing 170, is that what we're looking at there?
Yes.
And publishing 172, does this include its serial number?
Yes.
And this is the other side of the gun?
Yes, it is.
And the ejection port is on that side of the gun, correct?
Yes.
Which is to the right.
Yes.
I want to approach with what's been marked as exhibits 173 through 179, as well as 174 and 176 through 176. Can you tell me what we're looking at in each set of photographs?
This one is going to be the 22 revolver, the Smith & Wesson 22.
Okay.
And then this one is going to be the 38 Special revolver.
So this is the one that's found in the office, and the one you're holding is the one that's found in the drone.
Yes, I think, yeah, wait, I might have some flipped. Let's see. Yeah, that one goes with this one. I think that one is 22.
Oh, okay.
Just based on that.
I'll have 2 different handles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see.
I apologize, yeah.
Okay.
We're just not in order.
Okay, so yeah, these are 38 and then, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Publishing 173, 174, and 175. What is the significance of that impact mark in that cylinder?
That is going to be the 38 special, and that was the one found in the east bedroom there. And you can see that there's a little dimple in this one cartridge case right here. That was under the hammer, and that one had been fired. These other 5 have not been fired.
Publishing 176, 177, 179, and that's just a look at its cylinder, is that correct?
Correct, yeah, that is the 22.
I want to publish 180. What are we looking at here?
That is a bag containing some clothing.
All right, were those items removed out of the bag and documented?
Yes, they were.
Publishing 181, is that one of the items?
Yes,
182, is this one of the items?
yes, it was.
Publishing 183, what are we looking at there?
Those are a pair of Reebok shoes. One was found in a bag out in the garage, pretty close to that other bag we just saw. And then the other one was underneath Mr. Miller's leg.
Okay. Court's indulgent. One other question. Remember when we talked about that strike that's kind of in that hallway, almost above Sharon or kind of nearby Sharon?
Yes.
How high up is that strike?
I've got the exact height in my report, if I can look at that real quick.
If it would help refresh your recollection, you may refer to it.
Okay, it was 8 feet 5 inches up off the floor.
Okay. Anything else? I have no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate and learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case as the findings submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 3:10. We'll be in recess until 3:25.
All rise for the jury.
May the record reflect we are outside the presence of our jury. Sir, you are excused for the break. And just to remind you that you're still under oath. You're not allowed to talk to anyone about your testimony. And if you could just stay away from the jurors while you're on the hallway. Thank you so much. Do you guys have any issues outside the presence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes.
He's got his report. I think you have that up. Sure. You have your report and Chelsea.
Yes.
A lot.
to approach while we're doing it.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, we are back on the record, received 250-966, stating without versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph is present, his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury?
Yes, sir. We do.
Ready for cross whenever you're ready.
Thank you. You've worked for Metro for a long time.
Yes, I have.
The entirety of that time has been in the crime scene investigation division, right?
Yes.
On TV, there are CSIs. I see yours says CSI. We usually call them CSAs in court, right?
Correct.
Okay. You start out going through like a training protocol, correct?
Yeah, when you first get hired, you go through, like I said, you go through the academy, then you go through a field training program, which is about 4 months or so, where you're paired up with another CSA and you kind of learn the job, kind of on the job training.
Okay. And then after you're a CSA for a while, you can get promoted to a more elevated position. What's that called?
Correct. Yeah, you start out as a CSA 1, and then you promote to a CSA 2 after 2 years.
Okay, and then from there, you can even get promoted above and beyond that, right?
Right. Then you can test to become a senior CSA.
Okay. And then even above that, you have a crime scene supervisor, right?
Correct.
Okay. In this particular case, you're on duty the night of May 8th of 2008, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Obviously, that's a long time ago, right?
Correct.
As you sit here today, what are you within that hierarchy of CSAs?
At the time,
I'm saying today.
Oh, today?
Yes.
What am I? I'm a senior crime scene analyst.
Okay. Back then, what were you?
I was a I was a CSA 2.
Okay. I'm assuming in most big scenes, there are more than one crime scene analyst that respond.
Yes.
And in fact, Mr. Hamner, when he was asking you questions, he said, in the case of a double, he's kind of using like the prosecutor vernacular, we're talking about a double homicide. Multiple people have been killed at a scene, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And a scene like that, you would always have more than one crime scene analyst respond.
Even with just a regular homicide where we have one decedent, then we would have two people.
Okay. In this case, you actually had more than 2 crime scene analysts that responded, yes?
We had myself, another crime scene analyst, and then our supervisor.
Okay. The other crime scene analyst was who?
Chelsea Collins.
And she no longer works for Metro, right?
Correct.
Where was she within that hierarchy at the time?
She was a CSA 2 also.
Okay. And then you had a supervisor there, a guy by the name of Gary Reed, correct?
Yes.
And he is no longer with Metro, yes?
Correct.
And he's actually deceased, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrive at a scene, it is well after the 911 call comes in and first responders get there, right?
Right, that's correct. Like I said, the scene is going to be static by the time we arrive. We don't go into scenes where it's dynamic, where there's suspects running around and police are chasing suspects, anything like that. We go to scenes when they're static, so that's when we go.
I'm going to ask you about those 2 terms that you use. Static means everything's calmed down, there's no suspect on scene with a gun, there's not anything happening at that moment, everything is kind of like cooled off, and then you come in to do what you do, right?
Right, that's correct.
A dynamic scene's a lot different, right?
Yes.
Dynamic scene is when there's still something active happening, perhaps a person with a firearm, there might be a crime in progress, there's a lot of moving parts that haven't settled yet.
Right, correct.
Okay. You almost never go to a scene that's dynamic, right?
Right, that's correct. Sometimes we go to a static scene and then it becomes dynamic if we have a suspect that comes back, but that's very rare.
Okay. The reason you come in once the scene is static is because in a static environment, you can be more precise with things like distances, timing, photographs, collection of evidence, things like that, right?
Right, that's correct.
In a dynamic scene, when things are going on really fast, there's somebody there with a gun, people might be in danger, hard to define exact distances, details, take pictures, things like that.
Right, yeah. And like if we have a dynamic scene, then we're going to wait for it to become static again.
Okay. And this particular call, there were first responders, as you understand, that were responding to a 911 call, right?
Yes.
There were medical personnel that responded because there was life-threatening injuries, yes? Ultimately, there were people that succumbed to their injuries at the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you use the names on direct examination of Mr. Miller and Ms. Randolph, you didn't know those people, right?
I believe we knew pretty much who they were from when I got there or very shortly thereafter.
Back up. My question may not have been clear. You personally didn't know Sharon Randolph, right?
Oh, no. Correct.
And you didn't know Mike Miller, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you are given those names at the scene, you have now identified who they are, right?
We're working off on a tentative basis who these people are, and the coroner is actually the ones that identifies and determines their name.
There's information accumulated in the investigation as to who the identity of these people are.
Yes, correct.
And because you come later, that information is given to you.
Yes.
Other information is given to you as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
First responders come, depending on what they uncover, they'll call out other more specialized detective units, right?
Yes.
And back in 2008, we had some detectives called violent crimes detectives.
Yes, I believe that's what they were called back then.
Okay. And they actually responded to this scene as well, right?
Yes.
And then later on, after it's determined that these people have succumbed to their injuries, homicide detectives are called, right?
Yes.
And you've been to many homicide scenes, agreed?
Yes.
When you come to a homicide scene, there are a number of different homicide detectives, right?
Yes.
People doing all types of different responsibilities within that particular event.
Right, correct.
And that would include homicide supervisors as well.
Yes.
In this particular case, were you aware that there were actually canine officers that were dispatched to the scene prior to your arrival?
I was not aware that K-9 responded.
That's something that you've encountered in your career, right?
Yes.
There are certain circumstances when someone's entering a scene, for whatever reason, canine might be dispatched out as well.
Yes.
Okay. You are part of what is commonly referred to as a briefing when you arrive on scene.
Yes.
And a briefing is where you stand around with other detectives and officers and people involved in the call, and there's a discussion about what's likely to be important within that scene, right?
Yes.
And as part of that briefing, you'll also do a walkthrough, right?
Yes.
A a walkthrough where you're pointing at items of evidence, right?
Right, we're looking at the scene, we're kind of just identifying things that we see that we might think is going to be important.
And when we say we're not just talking about crime scene analysts, right?
Right,
You'll actually walk the scene with detectives as well, right?
yes,
And they'll identify things that are important to them, right?
right,
And by transfer, those things that are important to them become important to you.
correct.
Because they've identified in their own minds things that they think are relevant to the investigation, correct?
Right, that's correct.
You also have an opportunity to identify things that are important and relative to an investigation, right?
Yes, yeah, we're working closely with the detective, so we're talking about, is this relative, is this not, hey, did you see this, that type of thing.
They're giving you information that they think is important to them, right? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes,
And you have specialized training that allows you to identify items of forensic evidence at a scene that you might point out to a detective as well, right?
right, correct.
And in fact, if you saw, for instance, a blood stain, you might say, hey, that's going to be important. I'm going to photograph that, right?
Right, correct.
Okay, when you arrive on scene with Miss Collins, you guys divide the labor within the crime scene investigation unit, right?
Yes,
And in this particular case, I think you told us your responsibilities consisted of photography, right?
yes,
And the photography component of a crime scene analyst will happen at almost every scene, correct?
yes,
You also had the responsibility of authoring a report.
yes, that's correct.
A report in a case like this can be crucially important. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's part of, like we talked about, the evidence impound, the diagrams, everything all kind of works together.
Okay. And when it works together, you're talking about working together with the portion of the case that Ms. Collins was assigned, right?
Yes,
Her assignments within this case were the creation of that diagram that we saw in States 214, right?
yes,
I'm going to talk to you about this a little bit more in detail later, but that's a portion of what she's responsible for, right?
correct.
There's also an evidence impound that's done by Ms. Collins, right?
Yes,
Theoretically, if done correctly, the things you document in your report would be identified in this diagram and would be impounded and put in her impound report, right?
right, that's correct.
The idea being that if we come back and look at a case all these years later when we're making a critically important determination about people's lives, we have documented evidence that's accurate, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me a huge part of your job is the documentation, collection, and preservation of important evidence at a scene, right?
Yes,
You try to document everything that's important in photographs, correct?
right, that's correct.
Anything that is identifiable and impoundable, you try to impound and collect it at a scene, right?
Yes,
And you try to do it in a fashion where it can be preserved so that those of us in a jury trial later on can see it, hear about it, and look at it, right?
correct.
And also, you want to have the preservation of that evidence so that you can test it forensically, right?
Yes,
And just to be clear, unlike the TV show, you don't collect a blood sample, go back to the lab, and test it yourself, right?
right, that's correct. We have a separate forensic lab that does all the testing, that they look at the blood, the DNA, the latent prints. They also do the firearms and all that types of things.
You would agree with me that, for instance, in the lab, they can't do any of that testing if you don't properly collect and preserve the evidence. Agreed?
Correct.
So it's really important that you identify it, yes?
Yes,
That you collect it, right?
yes,
And that it's preserved, right?
yes,
And that it's done accurately. You'd agree with that too,
Yes.
right? Okay. In this particular case, in the diagram, let me ask you this. When you're at a scene and you're taking photographs and preparing your report, do you have the ability to take measurements?
I usually don't take measurements when I'm doing my photography and my notes, just because that's not part of my duties at the scene.
Okay. The duties that Miss Collins had, you've done those duties, right?
Yes,
You've made a lot of crime scene diagrams,
yes,
and you've impounded a lot of evidence.
correct.
When you do that portion of a scene, do you take measurements?
Yes, I do.
Why?
So that we can later on show, the DAs, the defense can show the jury, this was located X number from this. And then you can get a spatial relationship of things and get an idea where things were located in a scene.
In a static environment, it's pretty easy to lay down a tape measure. And for instance, I could say, I'm 12 feet from you, right?
Correct, yes.
And then ladies and gentlemen that come in here and give up their time to make really important decisions have that accurate information, right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you this diagram real quick. And the top left-hand corner, I'm going to zoom in. There's an event number. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Jury's heard all about that. There's a date. You know that, the date that you responded to this scene, right?
Yes.
There's an address. You responded to that address, right?
Yes.
Underneath that, there's a C9255C. What's that?
That is Chelsea, C for Chelsea, her first initial. 9255 is her P number, or was her P number, and C for Collins.
Okay. You have a P number too, right?
I do.
What's yours?
8177.
So yours would be J8177S.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So if you had prepared this diagram, your information would be on there, right?
Yes.
This is a homicide call that you responded to, right?
Yes.
And then underneath that, there's the name and birth date of two individuals. You see that?
Yes.
Sharon Randolph, what's her date of birth?
Got 11/5 of 50.
Okay. What's Michael Miller's date of birth?
We've got 1/16 of 70.
Okay. Ask you to remember those. We'll come back to them. Underneath that, there's a thing that says approximate to scale 5 feet. What the heck's that mean?
That is just basically showing if you wanted to sit down with this and a little ruler, you could measure this little scale and see where, for example, cartridge case number 1, how far is it from cartridge case number 2?
Okay. So if I took my highlighter here and I looked, that's about 5 feet on that black and white checkered scale, right?
Approximately, yes.
So if I were to come down here and say that's 5 feet, that should be about 5 feet right there, right?
Okay, sure.
That's
Yes.
and that's the idea, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. This legend that's over here, Mr. Hammer asked you a few questions about that. Why is that there?
That's showing, so again, if you're looking at the diagram, you can look at it easily and see that 1 is a cartridge case, 2 is a cartridge case, and so on. 14 is a gun, and 15 is a gun. And that coincides with what's on the evidence impound.
Okay, great. I'll talk to you about that. All right. In the garage area, you see a number of red numbers in the top right of this exhibit, correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay, and those correspond with the same numbers in the legend in black and white to the left, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see some writing on the vehicles?
Yes.
Why is that there?
To determine, we numbered the vehicles, and then we have a small legend on the side showing what they were and their plate number.
Okay. So vehicle number 1, you know from the photographs that that's a Pontiac sedan, right?
Yes.
And vehicle number 2, that is directly adjacent to the body of Mr. Miller, that's a Hyundai SUV, right?
Yes.
And that's important because you want your diagram to be accurate, to match up with the evidence impound, to match up with your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of Ms. Collins' evidence impound report?
I do.
Do you have it in front of you there?
Yes.
Okay. There are package numbers listed on it, right?
Yes.
And those package numbers correspond to items that have item numbers, right?
Yes.
Starting at the top, there's package 925501, item 1 is a cartridge case, right?
Yes.
And you know that to be important in this investigation, right?
Yes.
There's a location there describing where it comes from, right?
Yes.
Okay. On the floor of the garage near the east wall, 13 feet north and 15 feet 7 inches east of the reference point, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a reference point and measurements to tell us exactly where that came from, right?
Yes.
You testified on direct examination about some bullets that were recovered as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to refer to item number 7.
Okay.
What is it?
That is a bullet.
Where's it recovered from?
It is recovered from under vehicle 2, kind of along the right side, passenger side.
Okay. What's it say on the report? If you could read it out loud for me.
Yeah, 1 bullet, and then it says on the floor of the garage under vehicle number 1.
And then are there measurements?
Yes.
Okay. So if I read that evidence impound report, I would think that it was 13 feet 2 inches north and 1 foot 6 inches east of the reference point under vehicle number 1, correct?
Yes. Yeah, based on what there is, yes.
Yeah. That's not accurate, is it?
No, because it's actually under vehicle number 2.
Right. And that's important, right?
Sure.
Okay. When you document and collect evidence, you want to be as thorough as you possibly can, right?
Sure.
You're a human being, yes?
Yes.
You make mistakes, right?
Yes.
Ms. Collins makes mistakes as well, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that if you're walking through a crime scene where there's evidence that someone's been shot and there's someone saying it happened at a particular location, you would want to document as much physical evidence related to that as you could, right?
Yes.
If, for instance, there was blood sprayed on the walls, you'd want to document that.
Correct.
If there was blood patterns on the walls related to a gunshot wound, for instance, would you document that?
Yes.
Would you put that in your report?
Depends. Usually a blood spatter investigation of the scene is usually done within our section by someone else who has that type of training and education. There were only a few crime scene analysts that have that.
All right. Your training and education allows you to look at a blood spray, spatter pattern on the wall and identify that it's there, right?
Correct.
You can photograph that, right?
Right.
In fact, you've done that a lot in your career, right?
Yes.
You might not have the specialized training to interpret what it means, but you can see it, yes?
Yes.
You can photograph it, correct?
Yes.
That would document it, wouldn't it?
Right. Correct.
You can even swab it, right?
Yes.
And that collects it, right?
Yes.
And then you can test it later in a lab done by someone else, right?
Right. Correct.
And then these folks can hear about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have your report with you?
I do.
I'd like you to refer to me in your report where you took a swab from any of the walls.
We did not.
We did not?
Chelsea did not. Since she is the one that is including the evidence, that recovered the evidence, no, there were no swabs taken.
You took a lot of photos in this case.
Yes.
How many?
I don't know exactly. I'd have to look it up.
Hundreds?
Probably 250.
Okay. I'm going to represent you. I've looked at all of them many, many times.
Okay.
Have you looked at all of them?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember taking any photos of any blood patterns on the walls?
I believe I took some of the blood on the master bedroom door.
Okay. I'm not talking about right next to Sharon on the ground. I'm talking about on the walls.
No, I didn't take any on the walls.
Any spray on the walls?
There wasn't any large amounts of spray or anything like that that was going to be able to document without putting small scales up there.
What about small amounts?
There was nothing that I was able to see when I'm doing my photography.
Okay, because I was sitting here when Mr. Hanner was asking you questions. He showed you that north-south hallway. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. The garage door is at one end, right?
Yes.
The north end of that hallway, right? Yep. At the other end is the south end, yes? Is that a yes?
Yes.
There's a body laying there, right?
Yes.
In this diagram, he showed you this whole hallway up and down here.
Yes.
And he asked you, was there any evidence of any blood on any of those walls, right?
Yes.
Did you find any?
I did not.
Did you collect any?
No.
Are you aware that crime scene analysts went to the scene later?
Yes.
Are you aware of who went?
Yes.
Guy by the name of Randy McPhail. You know him, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that he photographed blood patterns on the walls?
Yes.
Did you just miss them?
I'd have to look and see exactly where he photoed them, because when I looked at his photographs, they're high up and above where Sharon is located.
Okay. You'd agree with me that you've had an opportunity later to look at a time when somebody went back to the scene and identified, photographed, and collected swabs that you didn't.
Right. He took, and looking at his report, most of the blood is 0 to, or 1 to 3 millimeters.
Okay.
So it's very small.
And he took pictures of it.
Yeah.
And he swabbed it.
Right.
And you didn't.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of what happened in the intervening week between the 8th of May and the 15th of May?
I don't have a entire layout of it.
Are you aware of who was in and out of that scene during that week?
No, I don't. I'm not a homicide detective, so.
Are you aware of whether or not somebody went in and cleaned up that scene in the intervening week?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Would you have any knowledge at all if those walls near the north end of that hallway were cleaned?
No, I would not.
Okay. You'd agree with me if, for instance, a hazmat crew came in and wiped down the walls and cut out the carpet and soaked up the blood, probably couldn't photograph it at that point, could you?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. That's why it's critically important that you identify, collect, document, preserve evidence when you're first at a scene, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you didn't photograph any blood on those walls.
I did not see any of those small, less than 3 millimeter blood spatter to photograph, yes.
Less than 3 millimeters is small, yes?
Yes.
But you understand it can be a really big deal in a murder case, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I want to talk to you then about this defect that you identified on the wall. Do you remember using the word defect when you talked to Mr. Hamner?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember what you called that defect when you wrote your report? Page 3 if you need some help there.
An apparent bullet strike, yes.
Okay. You identified it as a bullet strike in the hallway when you were documenting it in your report, right?
Yes.
Bigger than 3 millimeters, right?
Yes.
Took a photo of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing about that apparent bullet strike can be collected and preserved for purposes of testing later, right?
Right, correct.
Okay. But you can take a picture of it.
Yes.
And you saw that, yes?
Yes.
To you, it appeared to be a bullet strike, right?
Yes.
In that hallway, yes?
Yes.
And you photographed it, right?
Yes.
And when the word defect was used on direct examination, that's his word, and you agreed with it, right?
Defect, bullet strike, I'd call it the same thing.
Okay. Well, in your report, you didn't say defect, did you?
15 years ago, I did not.
What did you call it 15 years ago?
15 years ago, I called it a apparent bullet strike.
Okay. And 15 years ago was a report related to the dates you were there, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd probably call it the same thing today.
Bullet strike?
Yes.
Okay. 15 years ago when you were at that scene, there was a whole lot of people that had been in and out of that scene before you got there, right?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, Mr. Hamner showed you some photographs of some things that were important in your investigation. I want to ask you about something. Okay? Is that a yes?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 14, that appears to be like a shed out in the back, right?
Yes.
Like a detached garage, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Hamner asked you about these keys in the door to that detached garage.
Yes.
You took photographs of that, right?
Correct.
Because it was important to your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who told you to take a picture of that?
It's what I was doing to document the scene, so I wasn't specifically directed by anyone to do it.
Okay.
So it was just something I did documenting.
Whose keys were those?
That I do not know.
Okay. Do you see like a membership card hanging from it?
Yes.
Any idea if it has a name on it?
It's very possible, yes.
You agree you didn't document that with a photograph?
Correct, yeah.
Did you impound those?
No, we did not.
Can the jury look at that card today?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea who put those keys in that door?
That we do not know.
Do you have any idea if it may have been law enforcement that was testing to see if the keys worked in that lock prior to your arrival?
That's a possibility.
That happens, right?
Yes.
And if you show up, you'd photograph it just like that, right?
Right.
Okay, and that's what you did here, right?
Yes.
You just can't tell us whose they are and who put them there, right?
Correct.
Okay. The state asked you about this fire extinguisher. Did somebody tell you that was important?
It's been talked about ever since the scene.
Did somebody tell you it was important?
I don't recall, no one specifically told me that it was important when I was there. I'm just documenting it because it's on the ground.
When you said it's been talked about, you've talked to the prosecutors about it, right?
Talking to detectives when we were at the scene, and talking to detectives since then.
Who's the detective that's responsible for that scene that night?
I believe it was Dino Kelly.
And you talked to Dino Kelly, right?
Yes.
And he told you that might be important, right?
Yes.
And these prosecutors told you they were going to ask you about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you number 46. You would agree with me when you arrived at that scene, that's where that fire extinguisher was, right?
Yes.
You would also agree with me there's nothing about that scene that tells you how it got there, right?
Correct.
You're just documenting it, where it was.
Yes.
The state also showed you this little item here, number 44, right?
Yes.
That in and of itself doesn't mean anything to you as a crime scene analyst, right?
Right, I do not know what that is.
You're just taking a picture of it, right?
Yes,
Told you he's going to ask you about it, but you didn't even have a clue what it is, right?
correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you then State's Exhibit 57. Looks like something's been moved in that photo. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
What's been moved?
the fire extinguisher's over there now.
Who put it there?
I couldn't tell you, but I can also tell you that the vehicle, the sedan, has also been moved out, so that's probably why it was moved there.
Let's go back then and look. Going back to number 46. The vehicle's been moved, correct?
Not in this case, no.
Right. In the photograph I just showed you a minute ago, the vehicle's been moved in 46, it's still there, correct?
Yes,
You'd agree with me, somebody picked it up and moved it, right?
right.
And put it right next to that little object, right?
Yes.
Do you know who might have done that?
No, I do not.
Okay. In front of that refrigerator, there appears to be a rug. Do you see that?
Yes,
And it appears that it's blood-soaked. Would you agree with that?
yes,
Okay. Do you see down at the end of that item, there's a Dr. Pepper bottle?
yes,
That's in the photograph, right?
yes.
Did you impound it?
No,
Did you test it?
no.
Did anybody tell you that was important to the investigation?
It was in Mr. Miller's hoodie and his little pouch.
Okay. The pouch in the front?
Yes,
Okay. You'd agree with me, when you originally took photographs, they included photographs of Mr. Miller, right?
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you some photographs. .49 appears to be Mr. Miller's feet right by that door. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
The state asked you about those brown cowboy boots.
yes.
Do you know whose boots those were?
No,
Were you responsible for taking them off?
no,
Are you aware that they had the name Philippe embroidered in them?
no,
You didn't know that?
no.
Okay. Mr. Hamner also asked you some questions about whether or not there was any dent on that refrigerator. Do you remember that?
Yes,
You said no.
yes,
Is that your testimony?
yes.
Look at the front of that fridge right by Mr. Miller.
If we could just, I'm going to object, that misstates my question. It wasn't reference to that portion of the fridge.
Okay.
It was to the other side of the refrigerator.
That'll be noted for the record.
You see a big old dent in the fridge?
I see there's a dent along the front door. Yes,
Yep. You agree with me that's a dent?
yes.
So when you said a moment ago there wasn't a dent, was that a mistake, or were you just talking about a specific part of the fridge?
And I'm going to object, that wasn't the question I posed.
I didn't ask anything about his question.
Well, he just testified that he said there was no business, and you can clarify that whole.
When you said a moment ago that there was no dents in the fridge, were you, like Mr. Hamner, compartmentalizing sections of the fridge, or did you just make a mistake?
No, we were talking about the side of the fridge.
You agree with me there's a dent in that refrigerator, right?
I'd say there's a dent on the front door.
Yep. Of the refrigerator, right?
Yes,
And that's right next to Mr. Miller's body. You agree with that too, right?
yes,
Okay. You were asked some questions about the top of that fridge and what the condition of the objects on the top of that fridge were. Do you remember those questions?
yes.
Okay. I'll show you States 45. For purposes of this question, I'm going to zoom into the top of that fridge. Probably a little too far there. Okay. You agree on the top of that fridge there appears to be a box, yes?
Yes, so you're talking about the one along the back edge there?
Yes.
Yes,
You agree with me that the front edge of that box is off the refrigerator, right?
yes, it's like laying off the back of the fridge and kind of resting against the wall there.
Yeah, like for instance, if a box was on top of a fridge and the fridge was bumped and it slid off the back and the wall stopped it, right?
Yeah, correct.
You'd expect to see something like that, right?
It's very possible, yes.
Okay. If you zoom in on this crock pot, do you see that? You talked about the crock pot on direct examination.
Yes,
You see the feet of the crock pot, those little pegs that it stands on?
Yes,
You ever opened a freezer door?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I believe probably most of us have. There's a gap between the top of the fridge and where the door closes, right?
Yes.
And there's like a little rubber area in there that seals in the cold air and keeps your ice cream cold, right?
A gasket, yes.
Okay. You see how those feet are kind of stuck in that little slot?
Could you show me the one where like I said, the lighting is better? I might be able to see a little better on that one.
Maybe. Of course you do this. Might have to bear with me for a second.
That's all right. I took a lot of pictures.
Sure did. I'll show you a different angle here. State 60. See that?
Yeah, that's better.
That has a little more illumination for you.
Yes.
Okay. You see that little white peg there?
Yes.
You see how it's slid up to the front? Yes?
Yes.
And you see how it's kind of stuck in that little wedge at the front there?
I would say it's either on top of the fridge or on top of the door. I don't think it's dipped down into that little trench that you're talking about.
Did you take a better picture so we can explore it further?
Of the crock pot?
Yes.
I don't believe I took a detailed picture of the crock pot.
Because you know the fire extinguisher was really important to Detective O'Kelly, right?
I took pictures of the fire extinguisher, yes, just because it was on the floor.
Okay. The crock pot's on top, right?
Yes.
If it was sliding off and there's that little ledge there, it would stop it from sliding off, right?
Probably so, yes.
You see that fan on top of the crock pot?
Yes.
Looks like maybe it fell off that box, doesn't it?
It's possible.
Okay. Well, you agree the base of the fan is up in the air, right?
Yes.
You agree the lid of the crock pot is bent down inside the crock pot, right?
Yes.
Looks like that crock pot caught a fan. You'd agree with that?
I think we're speculating at this point.
That does call for speculation, Mr. Chumchick.
We'd also be speculating about how the fire extinguisher got in the ground, wouldn't we?
I didn't make any.
His testimony regarding the fire extinguisher was he doesn't know who moved it.
Right.
And I said I didn't know how it got on the ground either.
Right. You would have to entirely speculate to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you look at the contents at the top of the refrigerator, would you agree that those items are consistent with the fridge being bumped into and them falling from a different position to where they're at now?
I think that's speculation.
That's not at all.
Well, I think it does call for a speculation response, because I don't know how he would know that.
Okay. You agree with me that the fan's not standing up, right?
Yes, I agree that it is on top of the crock pot. Yes.
You agree with the box is kind of falling off the back, yes?
Yes.
You agree with me that the lid's fallen into the crock pot?
I agree that the lid is a little bit askew.
Okay. And you agree with me for you to make any determination about how the fire extinguisher got on the ground, you would have to speculate entirely, right?
Correct, yeah.
There were some questions about the bullets that were recovered after Mr. Miller's body was moved. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. You have enough experience in scenes where someone is shot that after a bullet hits the body, it can wind up a lot of weird places. Agreed?
Yes.
It can happen where a bullet hits someone and goes through their body and stays in their clothes, right?
Yes, that's possible.
For instance, you might have a perforating wound, one where there's an entrance, someone shot in the back, and an exit, it comes out the front, but it doesn't have enough velocity left to go through their clothes, right?
Right, that's correct.
And it's your testimony when his body was moved, the bullets fell out of his clothing, correct?
Yes.
Were you physically present when that happened?
Yes, because I was taking photos when the coroner investigator was there, so yes.
Okay. The coroner investigator actually comes into the scene, right?
Yes.
And they do their own investigation that's independent of yours, right?
Yes.
And then the body's taken away, correct?
Yes.
Who took the body away?
Davis Mortuary.
Okay. Mortuary personnel are separate from the coroner's office, right?
Yes.
They have to come into the scene to get the body, right?
Yes.
So they walk right into where you're taking all these photos.
Yes.
Okay. So just because the body's taken away later doesn't mean that they're not in the crime scene. They're actually there, right?
Yes.
Like real people walk in through there, right?
Right, and that's, like I said, we had moved to the Pontiac sedan, and that was to sort of allow them to get in.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm going to move by stipulation, defense C, D, and E. State has no objection. Yes. Yes.
C and E will be stipulated to, again, by stipulation?
All right, I'm going to show you defense D. Do you see these little silver items that are next to Mr. Miller's body?
Yes.
What are those?
I'm not an emergency medical tech, but I believe they use them to see if they have a pulse.
Okay, that is trash. It's waste that's left behind by an EMT, a paramedic, a first responder from the fire department, et cetera, right?
Yes.
They come into the scene before you photograph, right?
Yes.
Because they're attempting to save a life, right?
Yes.
And they're not worried about preserving your crime scene when they're attempting to save a life, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, because
Sometimes evidence can get moved, kicked, but it's what they do. It's just, it happens.
I'm not picking on you here, but we want them to try to save lives, right?
Oh, definitely, of
Yeah.
course.
So,
Yeah.
so that's fortunate, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's unfortunately that they move our evidence, but yes.
Right. But for your job function, the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence, unfortunate because they mess things up for you sometimes, right?
Sometimes they do.
They move bodies, yes?
When they move them, they usually transport them from the scene.
Well, they can move them to use life-saving techniques, right?
Right, yeah, they'll move them, turn them over, that type of thing, yes.
They kick shell casings.
It has happened, yes.
They move evidence that's important, right?
Yes,
Because they got to get it out of the way to do what they need to do, right?
yes,
And that happens long before you ever get there, right?
correct.
Before you snap a single photograph, before you go through the briefing, before you assign responsibilities with yourself, Ms. Collins, and Mr. Reed, they've already been there
Yes,
in that scene.
yes.
I'm going to show you defense C. Do you see the gloved hand or the right hand of Mr. Miller?
Yes,
You see right above his hand on the wrist?
yes.
What is that?
That's one of those leads that we talked about where they check for the pulse.
Okay. So they have moved his body, right?
Yes,
In fact, you can see there appears to be some blood staining there, right?
yes, yeah, it appears they probably rolled him
Right.
so they could,
So we know a portion of his body's moved, right?
yes,
Okay. We also know that his arm is moved, right?
yes,
Okay. And we know that you moved that arm in order to attempt life-saving resuscitation.
correct,
Okay. Before you got there.
yes,
Unfortunate for Mr. Miller, he didn't survive, right?
correct,
Unfortunate for your scene, it may not have survived as it was at the time of the shooting either, right?
It's possible that things get moved. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Okay. The state asked you some questions about the condition of the house. I'm going to use the term ransacking. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What does it mean to you?
Usually ransacking to me means drawers pulled out, clothing strewn on the floor. Those are the main things that we see. Just things are completely pulled out and gone through, drawers dumped open, something like that.
Okay. Don't want to get too personal. You have drawers at your house?
Yes.
Like you keep your socks in a drawer, for instance?
Yes.
You want to get a pair of socks out of your sock drawer, you know where it's at, right?
Correct.
Pull the drawer open a little bit?
Usually pull it open the whole way, take one out, and close it.
Okay. If you know where something is in your house, you don't have to pull out a drawer and throw it on the floor, right?
No.
Okay. If I'm running through your house and I want to find a pair of socks, I might just go crazy and throw your drawers everywhere, right?
Very possible.
Okay. You would agree with me that in State's Exhibit 96, there are drawers open, yes?
Yes, there are drawers open.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you a different angle. State's 97, that's the next photograph that they introduced. That's that same area right there, right?
Yes.
That same dresser, right?
Yes.
Drawers are open, yes?
Yes.
Left open, yes?
Yes.
And it appears that there are items thrown on the floor, right?
Yeah, those bags right there on the floor, yes.
Okay. Do you see that little blue jewelry box?
Yes.
Okay. You thought that was important enough to photograph, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's evidence of ransacking, right?
I wouldn't consider it what I usually call ransacking.
Right. Could you consider it potentially a scene where somebody knew what they were trying to get out and they opened a drawer and took what they needed and left the rest?
It's possible.
Okay. You recall right by Mr. Miller's feet in the garage, when put up States 50, there's a bag right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. You see that jewelry coming out of the bag?
Yes.
There was jewelry on the other side of this bag too, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you photographed that, right?
You're talking about on the other side, outside the bag?
Yeah, like right over here.
It's possible. I do not recall.
Okay. You do see very clearly gold jewelry falling out of that bag, right?
Yes.
Appears to be like a lady's watch right there, right?
Yes, a bracelet. Yeah, watch. Yes.
Okay. That was important in your investigation too, right?
Yes.
Okay. The state asked you some questions about in the master bedroom, there's like a laundry basket on the floor with a jewelry box in the middle of it, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me it didn't look like that jewelry box belonged in that laundry basket, right?
Right. That's correct.
It had been removed from where it normally goes, right?
Yes.
There was also like a jewelry box on the floor just to the south of the head of Miss Randolph, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Those three drawers, like on the floor that I think we looked at.
Yeah. So we can. The master bedroom is directly above her head, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you took some photographs on the master bedroom floor.
Here, could you just briefly approach?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the previous witness was testified, Detective Guzman does have travel arrangements. He can only be here today. So we are going to interrupt this witness, put Detective Guzman back on so we can make sure that we finish today before he leaves for travel. So, sir, if you could just step down, we'll call you back. I apologize.
Sure. I wasn't going to.
If we could bring back in Detective Guzman. Detective Guzman is still on direct, is he not?
Yes, sir.
indicated that you put, for example, the cell phone records in TLX, and it kind of generated these statistical summaries as well as calendar charts, correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you also, and these records span from December of '07 all the way to like early June of '08, right?
It's whatever was requested, but yes, that's accurate.
When we went over those numbers, like 335 calls from Lizzie and Mr. Randolph, and 234 for Mr. Miller, you were first looking at the entirety of all those records, correct?
Correct.
Was there another calculation that you did where you narrowed it down, just starting from the first time Mr. Miller made a phone call to Mr. Randolph, or vice versa, all the way till May 8th, and you kind of applied that to the other two phone numbers?
I did, yes.
Okay, so when you look at the big number, it was 335 for Lizzie Labrador, right?
Correct.
But when you narrowed it down to this window of Miller's first contact and last contact, how many contacts did Lizzie have in that smaller range?
130.
Okay, so Miller's at 234, and Lizzie's now down to 100 and, what was it again?
30.
Okay, and when you narrowed that down for Sharon, what was her number in that range?
222.
Okay, so the number one person from first contact to Miller and last contact to Miller is Miller.
Correct.
Okay, and when you broaden it out from December until, early June, it's Lizzie.
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions for this witness.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I don't have a lot of questions for you. Here's what I do have for you. You had started to say on direct examination that you weren't involved in this case back in 2008, right?
I was not, correct.
Okay. You actually didn't do any investigation in this case, right?
Correct.
There were some individuals that made some requests of you to analyze and summarize some data points that they gave you, right?
Correct.
Okay. Specifically, how many phone numbers were you given?
Two sets of phone records.
Okay. Of how many phone numbers?
I don't know how many phone numbers are in these records. There's hundreds possibly.
Yeah.
And analyze each specific one.
Yeah.
I analyzed the two phone records that were received from the telephone company.
Okay, so I'm looking at a summary of what the state has in evidence. Is that 326, Mr. Hammer?
Yes, it is.
Do you see where it says calendar chart Lizzie Lavador?
Yes.
Do you see where it says calendar chart Mike Miller?
Yes.
Calendar chart Sharon Randolph?
Yes.
Okay. It looks to me like those are the only calendar charts you did, those three individuals.
That is correct.
Okay. The names Lizzie Lavador, Mike Miller, and Sharon Randolph, who are those people?
Again, I did not do the investigation on the case. Those people are who I was advised. Lizzie was the girlfriend of Thomas. Mike Miller was a handyman for Thomas, and Sharon was Thomas's wife.
Yeah, so somebody tells you this is important to us, right?
These are the numbers I want you to look at, correct?
Right. And you didn't go through and create any kind of calendar chart for, I don't know, how many times Tommy Randolph called his mom, right?
I did not know.
Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Correct.
Okay. If Tommy Randolph called his mom a whole bunch, that wouldn't be weird, would it?
It wouldn't, I guess.
Okay. The call statistics that you did are for a finite period of time, right?
The call statistic report that is in here pertains to the call records that were received from the phone company. So whatever the case agent at that time requested for that time period, that's what they received, and that's what was inputted into PLS.
Are you aware of who the case agent is in this case?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you ever heard the name Detective Dino Kelly?
This agency is pretty big.
You don't even know who that is?
I don't.
Okay. The statistical summaries that you did are for records that are limited to a finite period of time. You agree with that?
Sure.
So, for instance, if I asked you to analyze the number of calls between July of 2008 and December of 2008, you don't have that info, right?
Correct.
And if I asked you to analyze calls for the calendar year 2007, you don't have that info either.
This starts December of 2007, so the last part of 2007.
Like the last month.
Sure.
Okay. You can't tell us how many times Tom Randolph called Sharon Randolph in September of 07, right?
I cannot know.
Okay. Essentially what you did is you were given two sets of records and we said, these phone numbers are important. When I say we, it was these prosecutors, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And they said, hey, let's take a peek at these. I want you to analyze for me how many times this number called this number, right?
In a sense. So the original report that I actually created here, where it says PLX analysis report, frequency report, that report by itself will tell me, without anybody else giving me any other information, what are the top phone numbers that this person called. So with that information, without anybody giving me any other bit of information, I could tell you what were the top phone numbers. The top phone number on that report that appears on the call records is actually the T-Mobile voicemail number. Then it goes second, third, fourth, fifth of the number of calls that he made. So without them even having to provide me with, hey, just look at these, I could tell you that those numbers are going to be at the top based on the call records for those specific date range.
And the phone number at the top of the heap is voicemail, right?
Yeah, it's the T-Mobile phone number that anybody who has T-Mobile service will call.
So like back in 2008, if Tommy Randolph wanted to get his voicemails, he'd call that number.
Correct. So the way that T-Mobile actually works is if I were to call you, you had a T-Mobile phone number. If you ignore me or you send me to voicemail, your phone will automatically dial that T-Mobile voicemail. So whether he wants to check his voicemail or you sent me to voicemail, we're going to call that number behind the scenes. So you don't actually have to physically press the number. Your phone will call that number. And that's why it becomes such a frequent number and it becomes really high frequency, because every time that someone goes to voicemail, my phone is calling that number regardless of whether or not I call voicemail.
So the times he doesn't answer the phone goes to voicemail.
Sure.
Right? And the times he actually physically calls to get his voicemail when someone's left a message, that goes there too.
Same number.
Right. So you'd see that number on his record a lot.
A lot.
Nothing weird about that, right?
Nothing at all.
Okay. Also, nothing weird about the fact that he's calling numbers with his phone. You agree with that?
Guess that's why we all have phones, right?
Right. Precisely my point. When the state asks you how many times did he call Mike Miller for this finite period of time that they gave you, how do you know that's Mike Miller's phone number?
I am provided with that information.
Is there any subscriber information that you're provided with?
Not for Mike Miller's phone number, no.
Okay. The phone number that is attributed to Mike Miller, is that a residence phone, like a home phone or a cell phone?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you know if Mike Miller had a cell phone?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you know if Mike Miller had a home phone?
Again, I don't know the answer.
Okay. They just tell you it's this number we're interested in, right?
Correct.
Okay. How many times did you say Tommy Randolph's phone called Mike Miller's phone as given by the state during that time period?
234 times.
Over how many days?
It's for the entire time period of February 12th, 2008 to May 8th, 2008.
Okay. So between February 12th and May 8th, 86-ish days?
I'll go with that.
Okay.
Bye.
Assuming that's correct, how many calls per day is that?
If we actually pulled up the calendar chart, it would give us a breakdown of what that is. On average, I think I remember seeing it could have been 5 calls, 7 calls, 3 calls. It varied each day. Some days it was more than others. So
How many calls you say?
234 calls.
2.7 calls a day sound right?
Sure.
Is that a lot?
Guess it depends.
Okay. When you review these records, how many times did Tommy Randolph text message people?
Well, so the report actually would specify that. Now, again, we're going back to 2008, right, where people were actually still calling people. I would venture to say that your conversations in 2008 were primarily phone calls, and versus today's current date and time where people primarily use text messaging, we would see a huge shift just because society has changed as a whole. So we're seeing more people communicate over text as opposed to phone calls. Back then, 2008, I don't even believe that the report actually specifies text message and voice, because back then it wasn't as important as it is today. So I don't have an answer as to how many text messages versus phone calls were done.
That's precisely why I asked the question. Back in 2008, like, you know what an Apple iPhone is, right?
Sure.
When did they come out?
I don't know the year, but 2003 or something like that,
2007 sound right?
possibly.
Okay. Today, if I wanted to correspond with you, I could probably text message with you, right?
Absolutely.
And I don't need to get into your business, but you probably text message with a lot of people, right?
Sure.
In fact, that's a majority of the way communications occur today, right?
Most of my communication with the people I know is over text, yes.
Right. Back in 2008, we weren't doing that, were we?
We were calling people.
Right. So would you agree with me, 2.7 communications with a human being via text message in 2023 ain't that much?
Correct.
Okay. You'd agree with me that when you look at those records, you can't identify a single text message sent by Thomas Randolph, right?
Not based on that report, correct.
Okay. Pass the witness, Judge.
Oh, yes. So, there was a lot of talk on cross-examination about, oh, you were given certain numbers. Remember that?
Yes,
And, oh, you don't really know who's calling who, right?
correct.
What's a frequency report?
Frequency report, as it relates to PLX, is the amount of times that there's communication with one specific phone number.
Right. So this program looks at every single phone number calling this cell phone number, meaning Mr. Randolph's, correct?
Making calls and receiving calls.
Right. And then it adds them up, right?
Correct.
And it creates a ranking, right?
Correct.
So we can figure out who's number one,
Correct.
number two,
Correct.
number three,
Yes.
and number four.
Yes.
And in this case, you prepared one, is that right?
I did.
Let's publish it for the jury with respect to his cell phone records. Who's number one? And let me,
So it's
let me,
cut
let me,
off.
let me blow it up so we can see. Who's number one?
If you could do me a favor
Sure.
and click on the top left corner to highlight the whole
This?
document, and then go between line, yeah, and double click.
Oh, you want me to stretch it out for you?
If you double click it, we'll do them all.
Great. Is that perfect?
Perfect.
Let's look at these numbers. Tell me, who is number one?
So number one is the T-Mobile voicemail access.
Who's number two?
Lizzie Labrador.
Who's number three?
Sharon Randolph cell phone.
Who's number four?
Mike Miller.
The top three people are who? Forget T-Mobile's voicemail. Who are the top three people, the actual humans that are number 1, 2, 3 in this guy's list?
Lizzie Labrador, Sharon Randolph cell phone, and Mike Miller.
Dino Kelly didn't tell you to put that there. That's just what the numbers reveal, right?
Correct.
The DA's office didn't tell you that. That's just the numbers, right?
Correct.
Those are the facts.
Yes.
There was a question about how many times you call someone a day. You remember that on cross-examination?
Yes.
And we came up with the average that over a period of 85 days, or 86 days, Mr. Randolph had contact or calls on an average per day 2.75 times a day. Do you remember discussing that on cross?
Yes, with Mike Miller.
And I think at one point he asked you, oh, well, I mean, that's not that big of a deal. And I think your first answer was it depends. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. How many times do you call your handyman a day?
None.
None. Have you ever called your handyman 3 times in a day?
Me personally, no.
Every day?
No.
85 days in a row? 3 times a day?
No.
You ever do that?
No.
Would that seem a lot to you?
In the scope of things, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Let's leave that up for me. You see under the column name,
Yes.
who put those names there?
I did.
Because someone gave you those names, right?
They gave me the names associated to the phone numbers at that time.
702-987-3269 is associated by the DA's office to you as Mike Miller, correct?
702-987-3269?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did Mike Miller have a cell phone?
Again, I don't know if this is a cell phone number or a home phone number. I don't know.
Okay, they didn't give you that information, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm looking at the 801 area code phone number. It's called 122 times. I notice there's no name.
Correct.
Why not?
It wasn't associated to anyone that they gave me, so there was no name for me to put in there.
But that's a real phone number, right?
At that time, yes.
I mean, that's the facts, right?
At that time, yes.
But it doesn't have a name.
Correct.
Okay. I noticed that Sharon Randolph has a cell phone on there, right?
Yes.
She had a residence phone as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you married?
I am.
Do you live with your spouse?
I do.
Do you talk to that person at home?
Face to face?
Yes.
Yes.
Probably don't have to call them then, do you?
During the day, I do.
Right. But when you're home together, you don't have to make a phone call, right?
Correct.
So you'd agree with me that in spite of the representation of this chart, the fact that 335 calls are made to or from Lizzie Lavador doesn't mean that the person that this phone is attributed to talks to that person more than, for instance, Sharon Randolph, right?
The number of phone calls and activity shows that there's more phone calls made to Lizzie than Sharon Randolph during that time frame.
Yep. I'm gonna take you on back to my question then. You'd agree with me, just because this chart represents that number of phone calls doesn't mean that those two people spoke more than that individual spoke to anybody else, right?
Counting phone calls and live conversations.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, nothing else.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, you can write your question on the full sheet of paper with your name and your juror number. Counsel, can you approach? Okay, sir. Can phone records be pulled out to listen to their audio?
No.
Do you have access to any of the audios of these phone records from May 8th of 2008 or leading up to that date?
No.
Any follow-up statement?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No.
Okay, do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any follow-up questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony
Thank you.
today. State, if you could recall, remind me the witness's name.
CSA Smith? Your Honor?
Smith.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Sir, I just remind you that you are still under oath. Okay? Mr. Thompson, whenever you're ready.
No, First brief indulgence. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I don't have a lot left for you. I was asking you about, I think before we took a break, in the master bedroom,
Yes.
directly to the south of where Miss Randolph is laying is the entrance to the master bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Inside that master bedroom, there is some evidence of ransacking, correct?
There were 3 drawers on the floor.
And in State's Exhibit 105, you see those 3 drawers and a jewelry box on the floor, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that there is a large pooling of blood adjacent to Miss Randolph's head.
Yes.
You would agree with me that when you reviewed the crime scene and took photographs of those jewelry boxes and the other areas within the master bedroom,
Yes.
there was no evidence of any bloody footprints in that scene, right?
Correct.
There was certainly no evidence that someone had walked through the area where Miss Randolph had been shot into that room, right?
Right. Correct.
If someone had walked through that area and got blood on the surface of their shoes or pants and then went into that area afterwards, you would expect to see that transfer, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see any, right?
Correct.
Is that consistent with someone entering that room before the blood is there?
Yes. I mean, it covers most of that entry there. So to get in there afterwards, we even had to put a piece of rug over it, over that blood, to get kind of in and out.
Okay. I suppose if 1984 Carl Lewis is there and runs and jumps over the body, he can probably get in there pretty easily without getting any blood on his feet, right?
Right, and none of us are that athletic. So.
Okay. Especially not an elderly individual with a back problem, right?
Correct.
Okay. You saw Mr. Randolph that night, right?
If I did, it was very brief. It was probably right towards the beginning.
In that master bedroom closet, there's that, I was asking about that clothes basket with the jewelry box inside of it, right?
Yes.
That looked out of place, right?
Yes.
Like someone had taken the jewelry and thrown it there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And because of that, you took a photograph of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also like zoomed in on the back of that photograph, and Mr. Hamner referred to what he called a small safe in that closet, right?
Yes.
A safe in a burglary scene would be critically important, right?
Yes.
If you saw one, you'd want to photograph it, right?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that drawers being pulled out or cabinets being left open might be evidence of a ransacking. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the drum room?
Yes.
We call it the drum room because as in States 99, this thing's a little delayed. So sometimes it takes a minute to get ready. You see that set of drums?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that closet behind it?
Yes.
Do you see how those closet doors are like off the track and falling in?
Yes, I can. Yeah, I can see that one. Yeah, looks like both of them are probably off track.
Did you do that?
No, not that I recall. I don't believe so.
I mean, if you ripped the doors off the tracks, you would have probably documented that in a report.
Oh yeah, definitely. If I ripped them off, yes.
Okay. If a detective did that and you went through the walkthrough and somebody said, hey, I took those doors off, you'd document that too, right?
Yes.
If someone were actually to try to open a closet so aggressively that the doors came off, could that be evidence of a ransacking?
It's possible. I mean, those look slightly off track.
Do you have any memory of moving those doors at all?
No, I do not.
Do you have any photographs of the giant safe behind them?
No, I don't.
Objection assumes that's not evidence.
No, there's a small picture of the safe. You see that little brown corner there?
Objection.
Again, he's,
Those are facts that are not evidence at this time, Mr. Township, that is established.
Oh, it will be. When you look at State's exhibit, I think it was 99 there, do you see that little brown corner past the drum set behind those doors that have been ripped off?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Basically, what you just said, it was a safe.
Do you know what that is?
I do not know.
Did you ever photograph it?
No.
Did Detective O'Kelly or anyone else at the scene tell you that that safe was important?
No.
Okay. If you had seen a safe behind doors that had been attempted to be pulled off the tracks, would you have documented that as something that's critically important in a burglary scene?
Yes.
Nothing else.
Yes. You just may need a couple minutes to grab a couple photographs. But yes. Bear with me. May I proceed, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. On cross-examination, there were, yes, okay. On cross-examination, there were some questions about a fire extinguisher. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. When you walked through the area, where was the fire extinguisher when you first saw it?
When I first saw it, it's right in front of the right front tire of that sedan.
Okay. So, publishing states 46. So that's where it was when you saw it, right?
Yes.
What's at the top of that photograph, the very top, in the center?
That's Mr. Miller's head. So
Mr. Miller is in this photograph when that fire extinguisher is by that tire, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the question when States 57 was shown to you and you were asked, hey, who moved that fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you said you didn't know.
Right, that's correct.
When we compare 46 to 57, what two big things are missing from this picture?
The sedan and Mr. Miller.
You mentioned at some point in time, the mortuary came in to remove Mr. Miller, correct?
Yes.
How did they do that if both cars were right in the way?
It would be very difficult, and so that's when the sedan was moved out into the driveway.
However, your job is to preserve the scene as it was when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when we look at 46, is that the purpose of this photograph?
Yes.
To preserve where Mr. Miller is as well as that fire extinguisher.
Yes.
But obviously, if the mortuary needs to come through, he needs to be moved, right?
Right, that's correct.
And the fire extinguisher was in that same general area where that car was, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know exactly who moved the fire extinguisher, but you've documented where it was when you first got there, correct?
Right, correct.
Would you agree it's possible that in the process of removing Mr. Miller and pulling out the car, maybe someone picked up the fire extinguisher and set it down?
It's very possible, or before someone moved the car, they moved it out of the way.
Understood. But just to be clear, you took photographs documenting it in its state when you first arrived?
Yes.
Okay. There were a lot of questions about the dent in the fridge. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you recall being asked, and I'm showing defense C, I know there's a parallel photograph of this, but do you recall being asked on direct examination if you noticed a dent to this side of the refrigerator?
Yes.
Okay. What was your testimony on direct examination?
I don't see any dent on the side of the refrigerator.
Okay. Now, for cross-examination, page 48, they pointed out this dent here, correct?
Yes, on the front door.
Sorry. It's not great with the lighting, but there is a dent on that refrigerator door, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Randolph said he nudged Mr. Miller and rolled him off to the side? Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay. So you don't know about that fact?
No.
Okay, but when you come in, this is Mr. Miller's position after you come in, correct?
Yes.
But you're not aware of the fact that the defendant said he actually rolls him over to the side?
Right, correct. I was not aware of that.
And if we look over here, what is that?
That is blood there.
In fact, when we look at defense C, what are these things?
Those are both pools of blood.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Miller was shot multiple times in the head, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hypothetically, if his head is in this area over here, his body is not against that refrigerator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But let's talk about the dent for a second. Just to be clear, when you look at this dent, and it's really hard to see, but let me just approach with it. 48. You can see that dent there, right?
Yes.
And just because of lighting, I'm going to publish to the jury. you know when that dent was created?
I do not.
Is there any way for you to determine when that dent is created?
Unless there's a bullet strike on it or something like that, I wouldn't be able to tell.
Just to be clear, is there any blood transfer in that dent?
No.
Let's talk about questions regarding the refrigerator and things on the fridge and a fire extinguisher. I want to publish stage 45. When you look at that screw,
Yes.
do you see space in the wall between that screw and the box in the refrigerator?
Yes.
Okay. If, hypothetically, a fire extinguisher was hanging there, would this, when we zoom this back in, what item is closest? If a fire extinguisher is hanging there, would the box be closest? If you had to push the refrigerator from the other side, wouldn't that box potentially be the first thing to bump into it?
It looks like that's in the vicinity of where that fire extinguisher would be, yes.
Right? And you'd have to put, you were there, you saw this stuff. You'd have to push that fridge and have it lean to bump, hypothetically, if a fire extinguisher is there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it would start to leak. But if you want that fridge you want this fridge or this box to lean and touch that, you would have to tip the refrigerator, right?
Yes, I'd agree.
Because that screw is not right next to the fridge, correct?
Right, correct.
So you got to get an angle there.
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you went into this scene, all of those items were on top of the fridge and not on the ground.
Yes.
There was a question about, do you remember being asked, well, that fire extinguisher was pretty important to Detective O'Kelly. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Are you aware that the defendant told the police that Mr. Miller knocked into the fridge, causing the fire extinguisher to fall down, and it scared him?
I heard that well after.
Okay.
I didn't know it at the scene at the time.
So the defendant volunteered that information to the police.
Okay.
You're aware you've heard
Yes,
it, right?
yes.
Okay.
Page, counsel? What page of the statement does he say that?
Walkthrough?
Do you know page?
Of the walkthrough? Off the top of my head, I don't. So, there was a question about EMTs being worried about saving a life, potentially, right? And
Yes.
maybe a risk that they're not preserving a scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In this scene, there are two bodies, right?
Yes.
There's Ms. Randolph and there's Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Ms. Randolph is farther into the house, correct?
Correct.
In order to get to Ms. Randolph, what would you have to walk through to get to Ms. Randolph? Mrs. Randolph?
You'd have to go past Mr. Miller and into the house and into that cart.
Into that hallway,
Yeah,
right?
mhm.
Okay. Were there any leads on Ms. Randolph's body?
No.
You mentioned, what is the significance of leads,
I know I believe they're being used to check for a heartbeat.
right? And there aren't even any leads on Ms. Randolph's body.
Correct.
So based on the absence of those leads, you weren't there, but it appears they didn't even try to check to see if she had a pulse.
Right, correct.
And that would be the hallway where you didn't find any carts, right?
Yes.
Or any bullet strikes.
Correct.
And there appears to be no lead waste around her body, correct?
Correct.
And let's just talk about this for a second. I want to publish 48 for a second. If there had been, hypothetically, carts, cases, can never get it right, so I apologize, but bullet cases.
Cartridge cases?
Cartridge cases, see? Look at I'll learn it by the end of the trial. In that hallway, what is between that hallway and that door? When you pass that door, what is there?
There's a cartridge case right inside that door.
Better question, who is right in front of that door?
Mr. Miller there?
Okay, he's lying on the ground.
Yes.
Are there bags here?
Yes.
Are there cars here?
Yes.
Okay, so if there were carts in the hallway, you found carts on opposite walls in this garage.
Correct.
And the pathway would involve getting past all that stuff.
Yes.
Tell me about that door for a second. Does it stay open or was it closed when you got there?
It was closed when I got there.
So potentially, if the door is closed, you'd have to open it to kick them through, right?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions from this witness.
Real quick. If the door was propped open with a rug, cartridge case could just go right through that door, couldn't it?
Which door was propped open with the rug?
The one leading into the garage.
If that was propped open, yeah.
Like, there's not a door to stop it if it's propped open.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like Mr. Hammer asked you the question, if it's closed, couldn't get through, but if it's open, converse is true, right?
Right.
Okay. State asked you a question about the positioning of the body in relation to the blood. I'm going to show you State's 48. That's Mr. Miller's body, right?
Yes.
Okay. It appears from the blood evidence that his head was actually leaned forward this way, right?
Yeah, I believe there on that other picture, you could see there's probably some blood under the car, and then there was some blood. This blood that we're seeing here is probably coming from injuries in the torso area.
I'll show you a better picture. Just a fence C.
There.
See that one?
Yes.
Okay. So presumably his torso was rolled forward between those two pools of blood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then when intervention happens or when someone moves him, his torso is rolled back, right?
Yes.
No evidence that you see there that his lower body was moved at all, right?
It doesn't appear to be. It's probable that it just rolled slightly back and forth each time.
Yep. And his butt's right up against that fridge, isn't it?
Yeah, hip, lower back.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have any questions for this witness? If you could write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your juror number. Counsel, if you could approach. Okay, sir. Did you determine what the metal on top of the hallway came from?
It appeared to be just based on my education and experience and working as a crime scene analyst. It looked to be like a metal fragment probably coming from a bullet. Looked to be the form of like lead. And so that's why we're calling it just a metal fragment, because we're not, lab trained, but that's what it appeared to be.
Did you check to see if the keys open the back doors or the front door? When we're referring to the keys that were found in the shed door.
I don't believe we did anything with the keys in the shed.
Did you search Mike Miller's clothing
We did not do any searching there. Like I said, the Dr. Pepper can fell out of his little pouch, but that's done the next day at autopsy. We have a crime scene analyst that goes to autopsy and documents all his clothing with all the defects in it, as well as anything that he has in his pants or a sweatshirt or anything like that.
Did you impound anything that was taken off of him?
No, I did not.
Was the safe in the master bedroom closet open or empty?
The one in the master bedroom closet was open. I do not recall if there was anything in it or not. I didn't get a real good picture of it.
State, any follow-up based on the jury questions?
Very, very briefly. So when you mentioned that you said, I didn't do anything with the keys in the shed, you're referring to yourself and your crime scene analyst, correct?
Correct.
You're not referring to, let's say, the lead detective in the case or the team of homicide detectives?
Right, yeah, I do not know if they did anything with it.
Okay. And then with respect to potential items discovered on Mr. Miller's body at autopsy, you had indicated, I didn't do anything. That's with respect to your own personal efforts, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't account for a CSA that attended the autopsy
Right, that's correct. Like I said, we have another CSA that goes the next day to
or
autopsy.
any detectives that are present at autopsy.
Yes, correct.
Any follow-up based on the jury questions? Mr. Chomchick?
No.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any further questions? If you could write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your jury number, counsel, can you approach? Was the bullet strike or defect tested in any way?
Not at the scene, no.
Mr. Hamlin, any follow-up based on the jury questions?
And just one follow-up.
There's not a test that you can perform on a wall, correct, that has a defect. Would that be fair?
There is now, but I don't believe back then. It's called a bullet hole testing kit, and
Okay.
you test whether or not lead or copper creates a bullet hole, but it's not something we had back then.
Mr. Chomchick, any follow-up based on the jury question?
Didn't test anything related to that bullet strike / defect, right?
Correct.
Didn't swab anything on the walls in that north-south hallway at all?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any further questions of this witness? Okay, seeing no response, there are no excuse. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we are going to take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consult dictionaries, use the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, and you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case until it's finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, record clerk, we're outside the presidents and our jury. You guys have any minutes outside?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Randolph, I just wanted to ask the court briefly about that.
Okay.
I just want to put this on the record. So you've been trying to help and stuff. It's just one other, just every day it's some other nonsense. The doctor said I can get my meds during the afternoon meds, but then they won't do it because of this. Well, if you're in the unit, you could do it, but I can't go to the unit because it's inconvenient. I'm hurting. This cycles every 7, 10, 2 weeks. It's getting that way. It's to the point yesterday I almost stood up. You just get like a nerve, a pinched nerve. If that happens, what do? Just stand up? I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Well, if you need to stand up in order for you to be comfortable, I mean, you can do that while we're in trial.
It's not a matter of comfort, it's a matter of, it's just, I have to sometimes. It's getting to that point, and you can really tell it's coming. Like I said, it cycles every 7-10 days, and it will get so bad, I literally will vomit. It hurts so bad. I'm not planning on vomiting, but if I have to stand up sometimes, so I don't know how we go about doing it. I just stand up. Yesterday I did not do it, and it passed. But
well, if you need to stand up, you'll just have to stand up with this nice guy's attention over here. Just give him a head nod, and we'll just need you to stand up if that's what you need to do.
That's usually all it takes, just for it to kind of work out for a minute. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, any other matters outside the person?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so you guys are having your witness here tomorrow morning at 11?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,